Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Dragon Ball. My cat will eventually become a god of destruction. Chapter 21. Is there something on that planet that you deserve nostalgia? The Grand Priest asked. The pole did not speak. Well, if you don't want to say it, you can't say it, no one forced you to say it. The Great Priest nodded. Then, I'm going to send you home, and now I can take back that destructive energy of yours, right? Quote. What? The face of the pole changes color slightly. Is it that if I don't let you go back, you plan to attack me with that destructive energy of yours? The Great Priest said with a smile. The pole is silent. Meow. The pier is on the side with its teeth. Do you want to go together? Isn't Doug's clear enough? Why are you still trying to beat me? The Great Priest smiled. Come on, Beerus, attack me with all your might. Quote. Are you serious? The pole was stunned. Don't worry. Even if you defeat me, I won't make it difficult for you, and I will still send you back. The Great Priest smiled. Then you're welcome. There is nothing to be afraid of in the pole, and the destructive energy in the hand is also condensed. Intermediate destruction. Suddenly, a purple-red energy appeared in the cat's claw of the pole. Your destructive energy has been boosted again. The Great Priest smiled and said, come on, try it. Quote. Phew. The pole whistled in the direction where the Great Priest was. At the same time, the purple-red energy in the cat's claws of the pole also quickly covered the past. Snap. The Great Priest just stretched out one of his fingers. Index finger. Just like that, with this index finger, he directly caught the purple-red energy. Snap. The next moment, a scene that surprised the pole happened. The Great Priest flicked his fingers. I saw that the destructive energy was directly shattered at that time. The destructive energy turned into purple-red slag, which quickly dissipated without a trace. The pole was stunned, quickly retreated, and distanced himself from the Great Priest. How is this possible? Before, I used elementary destruction to shake his arm. Now that I've unleashed mid-level destruction, why was it smashed by him with a finger? Dunzi also widened his cat's eyes and was terrified. This guy is indeed scarier than we think. The power is good, your current strength has surpassed Ligier and them. The Great Priest said with a smile. Are you really all right? The pole was shocked. Do you think you're going to hurt me? The Great Priest smiled, and then continued, okay, I'll send you back, come and pull me. Quote. The pole and Pier looked at each other. The two cats no longer had the slightest hesitation and stepped forward and grabbed the pant leg of the Great Priest. If this guy is going to do something to us, we are not his opponents at all. Let's hope he can send us back. Oh, just when the Great Priest was about to return to the planet where Yuan Dong slept through teleportation, he suddenly frowned. The Great Priest immediately stopped. You wouldn't be trying to repent, would you? The pole asked. I'm afraid. You can't go back. The Grand Priest sighed. You really repented. You said you were going to send us back. Pole fangs. Meow. The Pier is also grinning. You know what the sun is, right? The Great Priest sighed. The sun is the star that provides heat and light to your planet. Quote. What the hell are you trying to say? The pole asked. The sun on your planet, in about 5 minutes or so, there will be a big explosion, and by that time, your planet will be burned to ashes and nothing will be left. The Great Priest said, and a scepter appeared in his hand. Snap. A projection was projected on the crystal ball above the Great Priest's scepter. And the picture played by this projection is the ball where the pole and the Pier live. You see, this is your home, the planet you live on. The Great Priest pointed to the green planet, and then to the sun in the distance, and this shining thing is the star, that is, the sun that provides heat and light to your planet. Quote. Poles and Piers are relatively new to this. It's normal that you don't understand this. The Great Priest smiled and said, let me briefly explain to you why there is day and night in the place where you live. This is because the planet you live on revolves around the sun, and while the planet revolves around the sun, it rotates itself, and when this side is facing away from the sun, this area is night. Quote. Listen to you. Do we all live on this ball? The pole asked. That's right. The Grand Priest nodded. Then why didn't it fall? The pole asked rhetorically. Grand Priest. Ahem, the question is simple, because the planet has its own gravity. Of course you're not going to fall. The Great Priest had to patiently explain, in this vast universe, there are many planets like this. Quote. While saying this, the great priest was also afraid that the two cats would not understand, and casually used his scepter to pull the picture away, projecting some other planets with the sun. The pole and the peer listened with a half-understanding. But there was one thing they seemed to understand. That is, the sun around which the planet revolves. It looks like it's about to explode. You see, this sun on your planet is expanding rapidly, and there will be a big explosion in 1 minute. The great priest sighed. You also see that the sun is much bigger than your planet, right? In front of the sun, your planet is like a small point, and if an explosion occurs, your planet will be directly reduced to ashes. Quote. The pole's heart sank. Dunsey widened his eyes even more, and shook his head in disbelief. What to do? What about the owner? There was a brief silence. Do you have a way to stop the sun from exploding? The pole said quietly. Yes. The grand priest nodded. The pole had a happy face. However, everything in the universe has its own development track, and some things will be destroyed. It is only a matter of time. Even if it is stopped this time, the next time will also bring greater disaster. The great priest sighed, pointed to the projection on the scepter with his hand, and continued, if the sun is stopped from exploding this time, in about 3 years, the meteor cluster of that nebula will collide with the planet you live on. At that time, your planet will also be doomed. Quote. The pole is silent. The pole saw with his own eyes that the projection turned on it. Immediately afterwards, 3 huge meteors crashed into the planet they inhabited. The planet exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the planet turned into cosmic dust. The face of the pole changed again and again. This guy, does he have the ability to foresee the future? 3 years. 3 years is good. At least in these 3 years, we can find a way to transfer the owner. Dunsey hurriedly said to the pole in a cat language, quick, let him stop the sun from exploding. Quote. Please stop the sun from exploding. The pole said quickly. Why are you suffering here? Do you want to live there for the last 3 years? The great priest shook his head. Yes. The pole hurriedly said, hurry up, or it will be too late. Quote. No, I just said that. The great priest sighed, some things should be destroyed sooner or later. No one can stop it, everything in the universe has its own trajectory, and when you become a true god one day, you may understand my approach. Quote. Boom. Just when the words of the great priest had just fallen, I saw that the sun in the projection suddenly swelled and made a muffled sound. The next moment, that sun exploded. The flames of the Big Bang quickly spread around. In just an instant, the flames spread to the planet where Yuan Dong lived. Everything on the planet was swallowed up by the flames generated by the explosion of the sun in the blink of an eye. The planet turned to ashes and became the dust of the universe. It's just that Yuandong is not hindered at all. Yuandong was still sleeping there. No one could disturb my sleep. I was invincible when I slept. Even if the sun devours the planet, Yuandong is still safe and sound. The powerful solar storm shook Yuandong away at that time. Bang bang. Yuandong's body penetrated a lot of meteorites and flew into the depths of the universe like a cannonball. Not long after, Yuandong appeared in the space like this, floating slowly like this. Again, a long time has passed. Yuandong is captured by the gravitational pull of a dwarf planet. Yuandong landed on this dwarf planet. The environment of this planet is terrible. There is nothing up there, only the endless dust. None of this prevents Yuandong from continuing to sleep. I said that I will sleep for 4 million years, and I will never wake up before time. Let's go back in time to the moment when the planet of Yuandong inhabited exploded. Watch the planet you live on disappear. The poles and piers were completely sluggish. The next moment, the eyes of the 2 cats were moist. Our host, is that just dead? You lied to me. The pole shouted loudly, still unable to believe this fact. Meow. Dunsey also roared, and suddenly spat out words, I don't believe it. Quote. The great priest glanced at the Dunsey. Does this cat speak because it is too sad? The pole was also surprised, and glared angrily at the great priest. You said so much, not lying to us, what else? Abominable. My cat is raw. It's up to Ben Cat to decide. The pole was furious, and a powerful mass of destructive energy condensed from the 2 cats' paws. The great priest had some minor surprises. This cat is not simple. The strength has improved again. I want you to pay. The pole shouted, and the destructive energy in his hand roared in the direction where the great priest was. Snap! The great priest still stretched out a finger and directly caught the destructive energy that flew over. Immediately afterwards, these destructive energies collapsed all of a sudden. The pier is also a destructive energy condensation in the cat's claw. Phew! The pier turned into a stream of light, carrying a cat fist of destructive energy, and smashed straight into the body of the great priest. After easily shattering the destructive energy of the pole, the great priest used this finger to directly catch the fist that the pier attacked. Meow! Dunsey was stunned. Calm down. The great priest tapped his finger lightly on the forehead of the pier. Bang! The pier flew upside down at that time and smashed into the body of the pole. The two cats collided. Poof! The two cats sprayed blood from their mouths together and fell to the ground, already injured not lightly. Do you think I need to lie to you? The great priest smiled. Stay, first follow Weiss and Bardos to learn some basic knowledge, otherwise you can't understand what I say, and you always think that I will deceive you. Quote. The poles and piers croaked again. For the sake of your ignorance, I won't worry about you this time. The great priest snorted. The poles and piers helped each other to climb up. This game of hide and seek, don't participate in it yet. The great priest said, waving his big hand gently at the two cats. Ah! Suddenly, the pole and pier immediately appeared in the room of Weiss and Bardos, respectively. The great priest looked at the disappearing figures of the two cats and sighed for a while. What is there about the planet they live on? No, let's go over and take a look. The figure of the great priest moved, and he had already appeared near the planet where Yuandong was sleeping. Today, Yuandong's planet has been burned to ashes by the explosion of the sun. It happened almost instantaneously. Now, the area has calmed down. The entire universe was also unusually silent, as if nothing had happened before. The grand priest searched the area but found nothing. The great priest shook his head. I'm afraid that even if there are two cats worth nostalgic, they will be destroyed with the destruction of the planet. The great priest sighed and immediately returned to his mansion. Bardos' room. Oh, Shangpa, why are you injured so badly? Bardos stepped forward and picked up the elephant and gently rubbed his head. Elephant paw tooth. Shangpa, your guts are really not small, do you even dare to fight the great priest? Bardos smiled and said, Lord Archgod is the greatest god in this universe, no one is his opponent, not now, and there will not be in the future. Quote. Mound hummed, tears were about to fall. Did the master just die? Are you crying? Elephant paw. Bardos sighed, also, his home was destroyed. This is something that no one wants to happen. It's okay, you can make this your home in the future. Quote. Dunsey, you're special, how do you know everything? Lord Great Priest didn't lie to you, it's time for you to learn something, you don't have insight now, so I always think that Lord Great Priest or we are lying to you. Bardos said softly, okay, if you want to cry, go and cry for a while. Quote. With that, Bardos gently lowered the pier. After the pier landed, he found a no-man's corner and wiped his tears with his cat's paws there. Vess's room. The poles were also teleported into the room. I really admire your courage. Weiss sighed, you actually challenged the great priest. The pole did not make a sound, and just stared at Weiss coldly. I know, you won't believe anything I say now, but I think when you learn something, you may believe what we say. Weiss sighed, many things happen in the universe every day, and many planets are destroyed every day because of this. The reality is so cruel, you have to grow up as soon as possible. Quote. The pole snorted, a little shocked in his heart. These angels are truly amazing. What happened between us and the high priest, this guy Weiss knew so quickly. I'm sure Bardos knows about this too. Did the master just die? Have I and Dunsey been homeless ever since? As soon as the pole thought of this, tears fell without fighting. The pole cried. The rod also thought of the bits and pieces of being with the owner in his mind. It's just that. Why did that planet explode like that? Is it really just a coincidence? Or was the grand priest that guy secretly pushing the explosion that happened in the sun? No way. I want to live. I want to find out the truth. If it was really secretly promoted by the great priest, I will definitely avenge my master. Beerus, eat something delicious, eat more, and you may forget your troubles. Weiss said, taking out a piece of ham and passing it to the Pole's mouth. The Pole twisted his head, not wanting to pay attention to Weiss. But think about it. Why not eat? After eating, he had the strength to cultivate. It will make my injury heal as soon as possible. I will continue to cultivate my destruction. Wait until one day I will comprehend the destruction to the extreme. Comprehend infinity. Can't I still beat this great priest? When that time comes, I don't have to be afraid of anyone. The Pole quickly turned his head back and ate the ham in one bite. That's right, from today onwards, you stay and learn some knowledge, don't let yourself be so ignorant. Weiss said, and a book appeared in one hand. Weiss handed the book in his hand to the Pole. The Pole looked. Not a word recognized. This is a dictionary, the text of the divine world. You study slowly, if you don't understand, come and ask me. Weiss patted the Pole's little head. The Pole symbolically has teeth. You dare to pat me on the head. However, from this day on, the two cats of the Pole and the pier also completely stopped and began to learn some knowledge of the divine world. As for the all-king hide-and-seek game of this day, Quan Wong had a lot of fun. Quan Wong has decided to play a game of hide-and-seek within the universe when he finds time. Playing hide-and-seek in the Great Priest's mansion is too boring. It's easy to find them. Especially this dog. I can always smell and run by myself. However, Quan Wong still prefers the process of capture. After the king finished playing hide-and-seek, he returned to his temple. After a period of study, the Poles and peers realized how lacking their knowledge was. We're not even as good as that dog. The destruction of the homeland made the Poles and peers study and cultivate harder. Time passed day by day. The two cats are learning and growing. The two cats' comprehension of extreme skill has also reached a deeper level. Ligel and they saw these two cats cultivating so hard, for fear of retaliation from them, they had to cultivate hard. For a while, the animals in the angel yard began to roll in. Time passed day by day. Before I knew it, about 3 years had passed. The great priest also found the ripe golden fruit on the boundary core star. After the great priest was examined, he found that they were indeed suitable for the position of realm king god. The great priest began to divide the universe. 1, 2, 3. The great god division divided 18 universes. The archpriest also divided the 18 universes among the 18 angels and let them govern. When the great priest divided the universe, Yuandong was also divided into the 7th universe. After the great priest divided the universe, the angels also set off one after another, flew towards the universe to which they belonged, and began to build their own palaces. When parting, Dunzi, practice well, one day we will see you again. The Pole said in cat language to the peer. Stop calling me Dunzi, as soon as I hear this name I think of the master, I want to cry. Dunzi rubbed his eyes. The Pole is also red in the eyes. Yes, the names peer and Pole were given to us by the owner. Now the owner is gone. It's really sad to hear that name. So, I call you Shampa. The Pole sighed. Well, I'll call you Beerus in the future. Dunzi nodded seriously, so that we can also communicate without cat language. Just talk normally. Quote. Okay, take care. Beerus patted Elephant Paw's shoulder. Take care, my brother. Elephant Paw also patted Beerus with his cat's paw. Two cats cuddled each other. Beerus, when we meet next time, I will beat you to the north and south. Ligel looked at Beerus with a smile. Really, why wait for next time? How about trying it now? Beerus smiled. Just try it. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Ligier snorted. Okay, we'll talk about the fight later. Corin smiled, and lowered his voice, squeezing his eyes at Ligel. I'm afraid you are not his opponent now. After going to our own universe, you must cultivate well, and strive to defeat him the next time you see him. Quote. Yes, Ligel answered. Weiss, let's go. Corin greeted Weiss. Okay Corin. Weiss nodded. Phew. A bright flame of light appeared on Corin's body, and he quickly disappeared into the sea of stars with Ligier, and soon disappeared. Well, it's time for us to go. Vase, Beerus, take care. Bardos smiled. Bardos, take care. Weiss nodded. Goodbye, my brother. Elephant Paw waved at Beerus. Beerus waved his leave. Next, all the angels also said goodbye to each other and went to the digital universe they liked. After the angels settled in their own universe, they began to build their own palaces. The king god of the realm also found a huge planet in the god realm and lived on it. The rest of the work is much simpler. With the help of the angels, the gods of the realm began to create planets and create life. The so-called creation of life is actually the transfer of living planets to other planets. There was still no destruction god in this period. Because the universe has just been newly built, there are too few living planets. It is of no use to destroy God. And during this period, Beerus, Pa, Ligier and Doug were all pets belonging to angels. The angel is too lonely alone, and with his own pet, he can also be regarded as having a companion. Of course, not every angel has its own pet. Now that's just 7 animals. That is, only 7 angels have their own pets. The great priest said that he really didn't have the energy to look for spiritual animals anymore. The remaining pets were left to the angels to find themselves. After coming to the 7th universe, Vase took Beerus to build a planet of his own. It was an inverted triangular-shaped planet. Beerus finally saw the power of Vase. This guy cut a planet like this. What a mighty thing that must be. But one day I will definitely surpass you. The master said, there is no limit to destruction. After several years of cultivation, my destruction has reached an advanced level, and I am only one step away from the expert level. But Beerus knew he wasn't enough. We still need to continue our efforts. Time passed day by day. Yuandong is still sleeping. 41 years of the divine calendar. 4 million years have passed. The divine calendar, if calculated according to the operation of the earth, 100,000 years is counted as 1 year. Yuandong rubbed his eyes, opened his eyes, and stretched out. How many years did you sleep on this? Well, 4 million years. Not bad. Didn't oversleep this time. Just, what is this place? Or on that ball? Yuandong looked at his surroundings. It seems to be about the same as the ball before. Yuandong flew into the sky and overlooked the entire land. It doesn't seem to be the ball before. Although it is also a ball, it is a circle larger than the previous ball. Yuandong's luck has always been so good. Just 10,000 years ago, the sleeping Yuandong was brought to the planet by a meteorite. Yuandong continued to sleep and was unaffected. Yuandong circled around the planet, and sure enough, there was no trace of the pier and pole. It's been 4 million years. Maybe these 2 cats don't exist anymore, right? And this is not where I used to live. Yuandong sighed slightly. In fact, the biggest disadvantage of this invincible exercise is that things are different from people. No, it should be called non-people. All of a sudden, after so many years, everything will change. This is also the reason why Yuandong does not like to make friends. Make a friend, sleep and the friend is gone. I'll eat something first. Yuandong went to find something to eat. Coming to the lake, Yuandong thought of the scene of grabbing the kitten and throwing it into the middle of the lake before going to bed. Yuandong shook his head. Forget it, it's all gone. Yuandong caught a big fish and grilled it again and ate it. Phew. At this moment, a golden light streaked across the sky and sped towards the distance. Yuandong glanced towards the golden light. What's it? It feels mysterious. Go check it out. Yuandong decided to go over and take a look. Phew. Yuandong turned into a stream of light, quickly flew into the sky, and quickly chased towards the golden light. Soon Yuandong flew out of the planet and appeared in the vast universe. Yuandong's master told Yuandong that as long as he slept for 100 million years, his body would reach a semi-invincible state. It can be said that there are very few things in this world that can hurt Yuandong. Yuandong's boldness is also a lot bigger. No, to be precise, Yuandong's boldness was already great. Sleep for 100 million years. No one dares to sleep like that. Phew. Yuandong soon appeared in the starry sky, glancing at the golden light that was speeding in the distance. What is that? Yuandong felt so strange. Because Yuandong found a huge ball. Golden, glittering balls. There is a red star in the center of the ball. And this red star is special. No matter where Yuandong looks from, you can see the red stars inside. Curious phenomenon. Yuandong was even more curious. The ball is flying into the distance. Running so fast. What is this rush for? Yuandong's figure moved, and he immediately chased after him. Phew. Yuandong increased his speed to the extreme and quickly caught up with the ball. The ball was huge, and it felt bigger than the one I had lived in before. Snap! Yuan Dong fell on this. On the planet, bare, nothing. But the ground seems to be paved with gold. This material, Yuan Dong knocked on the ground. It's so strong. What is this thing made of? It's so strange. I'll see if I can smash it with one punch. Yuan Dong clenched his fists. Bang! Yuan Dong punched the earth of this ball. Divine Realm. The Temple of the Kings. The king was playing chess with two guards. Does Lord Grand Priest have any constructive comments about the Dragon Balls I created? Dragon God Sarah was chatting with the Great Priest. Just now, the Dragon God Salama created 7 Dragon Balls. Salama said that as long as you put together 7 Dragon Balls, you can fulfill any wish. And these 7 Dragon Balls are distributed in the 6th universe and the 7th universe respectively, waiting for those who are destined to find them. After finding it, say, I will send the Divine Dragon when it comes out, in the language of the gods, and the Divine Dragon will be summoned, and the Divine Dragon can fulfill any of your wishes. No comment, thank you, Salama. The Grand Priest thanked him. By the way, remember to apply for a patent for me. Salama smiled and said, it took a lot of effort to make people see the red stars inside no matter from any position. Quote. Okay, of course it's no problem, I'll implement the patent thing as soon as possible. The Great Priest nodded, and looked at the 7 Dragon Balls distributed in the 2 universes through the scepter. What's wrong? Any questions? Salama asked. No problem. The Great Priest smiled and said, I just wanted to ask, this thing called Dragon Ball. Is it strong? Quote. Of course, it is strong. This material is the strongest substance in this universe, and it is several times tougher than steel stone. Salama said with a smile. Well, that's good, that's good. The Great Priest nodded. I don't mean anything else. I'm worried that if the Dragon Ball accidentally flies on the star and is roasted by the star, it will also be a very troublesome thing. In this way, no matter how you search for Dragon Balls, you can't get together 7, isn't that a headache? Quote. I have thought about this for a long time. My Dragon Balls are not only strong, but also resistant to high temperatures and ice. Sarama laughed. So even if you fly into the sun, it won't have the slightest effect on the Dragon Ball. Quote. Click. Talking. Through the scepter in his hand, the Great Priest suddenly saw that the 1-star Dragon Ball in it suddenly split in half from the middle. The Great Priest's eyes widened. The next moment, the Great Priest immediately released this projection. Ahem. The Great Priest wiped his sweat. Is that what you mean by very sturdy? How did you fly and crack yourself? You thing, it's a bit fake. Salama's pupils also shrank sharply, and her face changed again and again. What's going on? Why is my Dragon Ball split? Oh, Salama, you still need to choose the materials of the Dragon Ball again. The Great Priest said with a smile. No, there is definitely a problem. Is there something particularly hard there? Salama frowned and quickly asked. Oh, the Great Priest was slightly stunned. I dare say that something must have happened there, otherwise my Dragon Ball would never have cracked. Salama affirmed, take me to see it. Quote. Okay. The Grand Priest nodded. Yuan Dong shook his head helplessly after punching the 1-star Dragon Ball in half. I thought it was strong. The result was not enough for me to punch with one punch. Yuan Dong looked inside. Soon, Yuan spotted a red star that appeared inside the Dragon Ball. Yuan Dong simply glanced at it. Yuan Dong found that this thing seemed to be artificially created. It's definitely not like something that came out of nature. Could it be that such a big ball was made by humans? Does such a big person exist? Well, that ball flew from that side, and I went over there to see if someone threw the ball over. Phew. Yuan Dong sped towards the distance, wanting to see what kind of person had such a big hand, and could actually make such a big ball. Yuan Dong increased his speed to the extreme, but disappeared in place in a flash. Just as Yuan Dong's front foot left, the Great Priest also appeared near the 1-star Dragon Ball with Salama. The two searched for a moment near this star Dragon Ball. How else can you find people? Yuan Dong has long since disappeared. The next moment, the Great Priest and Salama appeared at the location where the 1-star Dragon Ball shattered. It feels like it's been shattered by a hard blow. The Great Priest muttered. That's right, it's kind of like artificial. Salama nodded. a little puzzled again, but who has the strength to shatter my Dragon Ball with one punch? Quote, this is indeed a problem, this punch is really not small. The great priest thought thoughtfully. Hey, it can't be the god of destruction you just appointed, right? Salama turned to look at the grand priest and asked. It's possible. Currently, the god of destruction is the most powerful god in this universe besides angels. It's possible that your ball is blocking him. The great priest smiled and said, after all, after 4 million years of cultivation, their strength has indeed improved a lot, and it should not be difficult to break such a thing. Quote, Salama, can you tell your god of destruction to be careful? He broke my Dragon Balls, how do I grant my wish? Salama huffed. Salama, you can't think so, you should find a way to strengthen the Dragon Ball again. The great priest smiled and said, let the Dragon Balls reach a point where even the destruction god cannot cause damage. Quote, Salama didn't want to talk anymore. Wouldn't you just tell these saboteurs that they wouldn't mess around with sabotage? Do you know how much trouble I had to create this thing? Can it still be fixed? The grand priest asked. It can. It's a bit troublesome though. Salama sighed. Just fix it. The great priest nodded. Then, the wish that should be fulfilled can still be fulfilled, and there will be no problems, right? Quote, not really. Salama Dao. Oh, these Dragon Ball fragments were captured by other planets. No problem, right? The great priest asked again. What can be the problem? Salama shook her head. Catch it, catch it. Great priest, you're also making too much fuss. No problem. The grand priest nodded. By the way, great priest, I heard that you have developed 2 new sets of skills through the cat fist of those 2 cats. One is called Freedom Extreme Intention, and the other is called Self Extreme Intention, really? Salama asked. Salama said and smiled, what does it have to do with those 2 cats? The great priest flatly denied. Not to mention this, the reason why you are allowed to strengthen the strength of the Dragon Ball is also to hope that these destruction gods would better not be so arrogant, so that they can destroy them for any reason. Quote, okay, I see. Salama nodded. Then let's go back to Lord Quanwang for tea. The grand priest proposed. Yuan Dong flew for a long time in the direction where the Dragon Ball flew before, but he didn't find anything. Who the hell threw this ball over? Forget it, or don't study it, it feels a little brain draining. No, find a planet, eat something, and then go back to sleep. As long as you sleep for 200 million years, you can complete the invincible cultivation. At that time, Yuandong will become truly invincible. Although now Yuandong is already strong. But it's not really invincible. Moreover, Yuandong found that his life was also slowly passing. Because it is not yet invincible, it is normal that life will pass. Although the rate at which life passes is very, very, very slow. But if you go on like this, you will always die of old age. Yuan Dong intends to continue sleeping. Phew, Yuan Dong is speeding through this universe. Feeling the light of the universe, Yuan Dong was full of emotion for a while. The world has changed a lot. In the past, this was an endless continent. Now it has actually become so empty. Could it be that there was a big explosion on the continent? Has it become what it is now? It doesn't matter anymore. 11th Universe. Destroy the God Realm. Since the High Priest appointed these pets as God of Destruction, the abode of the angels has been renamed the God of Destruction Realm. Angels have also changed from former pet owners to pet teachers. That is, the teacher who destroys God. After millions of years of development, the universe has created more and more planets, and human beings have gradually prospered. The angels suddenly found that because of the increase of human beings, the resources of all aspects of the universe became scarce. If this continues, there are bound to be problems in these universes. After the great priest got the news, the idea of appointing the God of Destruction was also born. Letting these pets of the angels succeed to the position of Destroyer God is the best choice. After all, these little pets, under the teaching of angels, also have the qualifications to become gods. The great priest has been thinking about what kind of divine position they have given all these years. For now, God of Destruction is the best option. Where there is creation, there is destruction. In this way, the universe will reach equilibrium. At the same time, the Grand Priest also developed two new skills based on the cat fist collected by Konik in the early years, that is, the crippled extreme skill of Shampa and Beerus. One is called the Freedom Extreme. One is called Ego Extreme. What freedom seeks is a state of spiritual emptiness, allowing oneself to become one with nature and even the entire universe. The Great Priest suddenly felt that the freedom extreme he had created was very suitable for angelic cultivation. And, in principle, angels themselves possess some powers of self-interest. For example, the ability to automatically dodge, able to avoid various dangers on its own. To give a simple example, if something hits an angel, the angel does not need to go through the brain response, and will dodge the danger through the muscles on its own. And the self-extremity pursues an extreme, especially for self-destructive intentions. As long as you don't think about anything, just want to destroy, your destructive ability will be greatly improved. The High Priest then passed on these two sets of self-developed skills to all the angels and destroyers. Beerus, Shampa, Beerus and Elephant Paw suddenly felt that the two sets of skills given to us by the Great Priest. How is it similar to our Qigong? It's a lot like the kind of cat fist you practice, right? The Grand Priest looked at Beerus with a smile. Beerus did not dare to speak. After so many tens of thousands of years, Beerus knew how strong the Great Priest was. Beerus, not the kitten he used to be. As for the destruction of his home planet, Beerus also knew that it was a natural phenomenon. It's not a ghost from the great god mine. It's very similar. The cultivation methods in this world are actually the same, there is nothing unusual. The Great Priest smiled. That's how it is. Beerus understood. Beerus didn't actually think much of it. In Beerus's opinion, how could a guy as powerful as the Great Priest plagiarize his own extreme skill? 11th Universe. Destroy the God Realm. At this moment, in the Destruction God Realm of the 11th Universe, a guest was welcomed. Ha ha ha, Dugs, long time no see. Tiger, the god of destruction of the 11th Universe, stepped forward and gave Doug a hug. Tiger is a white tiger. After so many years of cultivation, he had already turned into a human form. Now Tiger has the head of a tiger, the body of a human. Doug was a dog and is now in shape. Dog-headed man. Dugs, what wind is blowing you? Is there something to find me? Tiger asked. Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Doug smiled. You wouldn't be trying to fight me, would you? Tiger said with a smile. How is that possible? I'm no match for you. Dugs laughed dryly. You're still so stubborn, Dugs. Tiger patted Dugs on the shoulder. The two destroyers chatted for a moment. At this time, Makarita came out of the castle in the distance. Hi Makarita, long time no see. Dugs waved his hand. It's Lord Dugs. Makarita nodded slightly. Didn't Sava come with a piece? Quote. The reason why the word, adult, was added after the destruction of the god was also decided after consultation with many angels. The angels decided to give the god of destruction enough face. Anyway, they've been following us for so many years. He had something to do and didn't come. Dugs replied. You guys talk, leave me alone. After Makarita greeted, she went to work on her own. The two gods of destruction were idle, and finally decided to go to Beerus. In other words, I haven't seen Beerus for a long time, you can go to him, and by the way, see the appearance of their universe. Tiger nodded, speaking of which, I have never been to the 7th universe. Quote. I haven't been there either, I've been in my own universe all these years. Doug smiled. So, let's go now. Tiger suggested, and said to Makarita, Makarita, let's go to the 7th universe, will you come with me? Quote. I'm not going, if you go to the 6th universe, I may consider going with you. Makarita thought for a moment and shook her head. Me and the Wes's guy don't have much fun. If you go to Bardos, you can go and have fun. Let's go, Dugs. Tiger greeted. Dugs nodded. Phew. The purple-red light flames on the two destruction gods bloomed, turned into two rays of light, and soon disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. After entering the universe, Dugs directly penetrated a huge planet with his own body. Boom. The planet had a big bang at that time, and immediately became the dust of the universe. Dugs, what are you doing? Tiger said with a dark face. How about destroying a planet for you? Doug laughed. This kind of thing doesn't need your help at all, You want to destroy, go to your own universe to destroy. Tiger said angrily. I can already see that the planet is indeed within the scope of destruction. Doug smiled and said, it's just a matter of raising my hand, I didn't mess around. Quote. Tiger didn't say anything more. Indeed, that planet is already on the list of destroyed. It's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. There is nothing remarkable about destroying it now. Phew, shout, quote. The two gods of destruction sped up the flight. Before we know it, we have become so powerful that we can now easily burst a planet with one punch. Doug got a little carried away. Yes, after all, we have lived for more than 4 million years. Tiger sighed. 4 million years. It has long been known that following angels can lead to immortality. Doug said with a smile. Don't be happy too early, the universe is so big, maybe some terrible guys will be born one day. Tiger shook his head. Birth of scary guys, are you kidding me? No matter how strong it is, can we destroy God as strong? Doug's didn't believe it. Let me tell you the truth, in our 11th universe, there is a guy who is very strong. Strong? How strong is it? Is it more powerful than you? Doug was stunned. Although not as strong as me, this guy's talent is really good, and I think in time, it may reach a level similar to me. Tiger mused. What, is there such a thing? Doug's was surprised. His name is Mita, Tiger said. Delicious. Doug's looked deeply. I remembered, when I have time to talk to him. Quote. Let's talk about it then. Tiger nodded. Flew for a while more. The two gods of destruction have finally entered the 7th universe. Is this the 7th universe? It feels like there's not much difference between the universe and the universe except in numbers. Doug smiled. Originally, these 18 universes were all divided by one universe, and it was normal that there was no difference. Tiger smiled, not surprised. I don't know how much that guy Beerus has cultivated. Doug's asked, do you think he'll be stronger than us? Quote. It's hard to say if you haven't seen him. Tiger replied. Phew, shout, quote. The two of them increased their speed again and flew towards the direction of the 7th universe destruction god realm. Fly and fly. The two gods of destruction suddenly saw a person appear in front of them. Hey, Tiger, I'm not mistaken, there's a guy. Doug slowed down gradually. I saw it too. Tiger nodded. The person who appeared in the sight of Tiger and Doug was none other than Yuandong. Yuandong is looking for a suitable place to sleep in this neighborhood. The star fields around here are basically Death Stars. Although sleeping on the Death Star is not a big deal. But Yuandong felt that it was better to sleep on a planet with a slightly better environment and sleep more steadily. At this moment, Yuandong also saw the two gods of destruction appearing in the distance at a glance. Yuandong was excited. Finally saw a living person. So many years have passed. 14 million years. Yuandong slept for 100 million years last time, and when he woke up, he couldn't see anyone, only two cats. When I woke up this time, there was no one on the ball, only some strange little animals. There are even many small animals, even Yuandong can't name them. What about humans? Have they all disappeared? I wonder if I will give birth to a human being if I sleep again. Now, Yuandong suddenly saw the two people suspended in the universe. Can Yuandong not be excited? This is a real human being. No, it should be called humanoid lifeforms. Because Yuandong looked closely forward and found that these two people looked a little special. One is a tiger man and the other is a dog man. Are you human? Yuandong asked excitedly. Tiger. Doug's. Your way of greeting. We didn't like it very much. Hee, we're not human. Doug said with a dark face. We are not human beings in the first place. We are God. We are the greatest gods of this universe. Not human. Is it a demon? Yuandong suddenly reacted. That's right. Back then, on our continent, such a guy should be called a demon. It's a demon. At least can talk. The Pier and Pole that I met 400 years ago, although the two kittens are very spiritual, they can't speak. Yuandong was even more excited when he saw them spit out words, and they were still speaking the same language as himself. It doesn't matter anymore. I want to ask, how many humans are there like you? Can you tell me where? Yuandong asked politely. Who are you? Do I know you well? Doug said with a cold face. This dog demon, you're a little rude to talk. Yuandong sighed. How? Why should I be polite to you? Do you know who I am? Doug pointed his thumb to his nose and asked arrogantly. Tiger didn't speak. As the god of destruction, suddenly someone comes up to you and initiates a conversation. And talking and saying that we are rude. This guy is really fat enough. Who is it? Is it famous? Yuandong asked. Tell you well, Lao Tzu is the god of destruction. The greatest god of this universe. Doug snorted. God of destruction. Haven't heard of it. Yuandong shook his head. You'll soon learn how powerful the god of destruction is. Doug sneered, slapped a palm towards Yuandong, and cursed and drank in his mouth. I'll kill you and let you see, you idiot. Quote. Looking at the palm that Doug's waved over, and the insults in his mouth, Yuandong frowned. This is really rude. I just wanted to ask you to find some humans. Did you just insult me? Yuandong was angry. Bang. Yuandong punched over. This punch hit Doug directly in the chest. Only a muffled sound was heard. Snap. The next moment, a scene that shocked Tiger happened. I saw Doug's body flying backwards at the same time, and his body quickly shattered. Doug's flew backwards less than 10 meters. And then, Doug's body just disappeared in this sea of stars. Ah, am I shooting too hard? Yuandong wipes his sweat. Why is this product so unbeatable? Tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's the situation? Doug's dead. Tiger was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. Did this product punch Doug's out? No kidding, am I dreaming? Tiger's body trembled violently, and cold sweat broke out on his body. It's terrible. That's Doug's, although his strength is not as good as mine. But even I can't kill him with one punch. Sorry, I may be too strong, a careless start is a little too heavy. Yuandong sighed. The dog is also too brittle. He clearly said that he was God. I'm still just human. Only when I become truly invincible can I be considered a god. Is this really God? Is God so weak? Tiger was frightened and stupid, and looked at Yuandong on the other side with a look of horror. Phew. The next moment, Tiger hardly hesitated, turned around and ran. A layer of purple-red light flame appeared on Tiger's body, increasing his speed to the extreme, cutting an arc in this starry sky. Hey, don't run. Yuandong was speechless. I just wanted to ask where humans existed. As a result, this dog demon was about to attack me and was punched by me. The tiger demon fled. Moreover, the speed of this cargo escape is quite fast. Well, just idle as idle, compare speed with you. Phew. Yuandong quickly chased after him. Tiger glanced behind him after flying some distance. Soon, Tiger saw Yuandong chasing after him. Tiger was almost scared to pee. How can this cargo be so fast? Ah, Yuandong just flickered, then caught up with Tiger and appeared directly in front of him. Who the hell are you? Tiger asked. Don't care who I am, I'm not malicious. Yuandong smiled. Tiger, you're special. Do you call this without malice? You punched Doug's into scum. Do you still say that you have no malice? What do you want? Tiger was immediately ready for battle. Don't be afraid, I just wanted to ask you, where are there human beings who are similar to me? Yuandong asked. A human similar to you? Tiger was stunned. A human very similar to you? No kidding. Is there really a human being like you? Doug and I are both gods of destruction. Doug's was also punched by you. I'm not familiar with this universe. This is not my universe. Tiger immediately replied, if you go to my universe, I can find you a human who looks similar to you. Quote. Your universe, that's your territory, right? Is it far away? Yuandong asked. Yes, it took more than 3 hours to fly at my speed. Tiger replied. 3 hours, indeed far enough. Yuandong nodded thoughtfully and asked, then, whose territory is this again? Quote. Here it is. Beerus's territory, Tiger replied. Beerus, is it famous? Yuandong asked. It's okay. Tiger laughed dryly. Where is he? Yuandong asked. He's destroying the god realm, said Tiger quickly. Destroying the god realm, so this guy named Beerus is also the god of destruction. Yuandong smiled, god of destruction. God who specializes in destruction. Quote. You can understand that. Tiger was about to cry. You have a lot of questions. After you hurry up and ask, I will leave here well. This guy is terrible. How can there be such a terrifying character on this side of the 7th universe? Where is the God realm of destruction? Do you know the exact location? Yuandong asked. Fly all the way in this direction, you can see a layer of golden clouds, through the golden clouds, you can reach the God of Destruction realm. Tiger pointed to Yuandong's side rear. You're not going to lie to me, are you? Yuandong looked at Tiger. Nope, how dare I lie to you? Tiger shook his head vigorously. Okay, then I'll take a look. Yuandong nodded lightly and turned around. Tiger breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems that nothing should happen in a short time, right? You hurry up and go. You're here, I'm scared. I accidentally blew up your friend just now. I'm really sorry, I really didn't know he was so brittle. Yuandong sighed. It's okay, he's not my friend, said Tiger quickly. Then, goodbye. Yuandong glanced back at Tiger. Goodbye. Tiger waved his hand mechanically. Phew. Yuandong sped away in the direction Tiger was pointing. Destroying the God realm. It seems very interesting. The guy named Beerus probably knows where humans exist. Well, ask him and go. Phew. Yuandong sped up. Seeing that Yuandong had run away, Tiger's hanging heart was also put down. The next moment, Tiger did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately rushed towards his 11th universe. The 7th universe is terrible. I'm going to go back quickly. Also, did Dugs just die? I wonder if Savoy can resurrect him. Phew. This time, Tiger did not dare to delay time, for fear that the terrible person would catch up. Tiger increased his speed to the extreme, and the purple-red light flame on his body bloomed, and soon disappeared. Yuandong flew for a while, but his stomach growled. I'm so hungry. This is special. If I can't find something, will I starve to death? Master, you are also too pitted. I'm half invincible, and if I starve to death, it's too much. Right now, Yuandong felt that it seemed a little difficult for him to fly to that destroying God realm. Don't fly halfway, find nothing to eat on the way, and starve to death in this place they call the universe. That's really enough of the egg pain. No, let's find something to eat first. Or don't go to humans. Yuandong looked around for a suitable planet to see if he could find something to eat on it. Flew for a while more. Yuandong finally saw a blue ball. This ball is particularly eye-catching in this universe. This ball is so good-looking. It's even better than the green ball I was in. Listen to these two demons, these balls are called planets. It seems to be interesting. Go check it out. That God of Destruction realm will go back later. Fill your stomach first. Phew. Yuandong sped towards where the blue planet was. It didn't take long for Yuandong to appear on this planet. On the planet, there are quite a few huge monsters. Especially those huge apes are more conspicuous. Yuandong guessed that in a few years, these apes would become the masters of the planet. It's just a pity. On a planet with such a beautiful environment, no humans appeared. Yuandong soon circled the blue planet. Yuandong caught a monster that could not be named, roasted it directly and ate it. I'm semi-invincible now. I can actually eat a monster 3 times my size in one meal. It's really enough to eat. When I've slept enough for 200 million years, I won't have to worry about food anymore. When I become truly invincible, I can skip eating. After eating this monster, the sky gradually darkened. Yuandong yawned. This is special. I feel a little sleepy every time I finish eating. Am I eating too much? If not, get some sleep again. The environment of this planet is so beautiful, it is more suitable for sleeping. Yuandong said sleep and sleep. Sleep until invincible as soon as possible. Otherwise, you have to worry about eating. When I'm truly invincible, I won't have to eat. Even if you eat, it's just to enjoy the delicious food. Yuandong found a more suitable position, a position that was difficult to be harassed by monsters, and turned on the sleeping state again. This time, Yuandong decided to sleep until he was invincible. Sleep until you are truly invincible and wake up again. It seems that in less than 100 million years I will become truly invincible. Yuandong felt a little excited when he thought about it. I've been sleeping for over 100 million years. Sleep for less than 100 million years. Yuandong soon fell into a deep sleep. Just when Yuandong fell asleep not long ago, Tiger has finally returned to the destroyer realm of the 11th universe. After coming to his territory, Tiger's hanging heart was finally relaxed. Lord Tiger, are you back so soon? Makurita was slightly stunned, looked at Tiger and asked, huh? What happened? You seem to be terrified. Was it stimulated by Lord Beerus? Quote. Makurita, something is wrong. Tiger hurriedly replied, Doug is dead. Quote. What? Is Doug dead? Makurita was a little unresponsive. Yes, I was killed by a monster with a punch. No, a punch burst. It seems that the soul did not have time to escape, and the soul was destroyed with it. Tiger said immediately. Doug's punched in the soul by a monster. Makurita was indeed a little shocked. Yes, really, I didn't lie to you. Tiger thought of the horror of Yuandong, and couldn't help but snort. Is there such a thing? What does the other party look like? Makurita asked. Yellow skin, black hair, much like the human beings born in the 7th universe. Tiger replied. Will there be such a powerful figure in the human race? Makurita couldn't believe it. Really, I didn't lie to you. It's terrible. Tiger's whole body trembled. Lord Tiger, rest first, I will investigate this matter. Makurita comforted. That guy, it's really strong. Tiger's voice trembled a little. I know, you rest well first, everything will be fine. Makurita comforted again. Tiger nodded vigorously and quickly found a place to rest. It's terrible, get some sleep, maybe it's a terrible dream. Makurita also immediately contacted the great priest through the scepter, and told the high priest everything that happened here. The great priest had just sent away the dragon god Salama. Doug's, he's dead. After hearing this news, the great priest was also a little surprised. Doug's, that's the god of destruction. As a result, he was punched in the soul. This guy, it can't be that he burst the Dragon Ball, right? I'll go to the 7th universe. The great priest replied. Father, be careful, someone who can punch Doug's. Isn't the strength much different from my father's? Makurita asked with some concern. I can also punch Doug's. Rest assured, these 18 universes are all under my control. The great priest smiled. Hearing her father's words, Makurita was also relieved. As long as it's all within my father's control, it's no big deal. Moreover, although Doug's is now a god of destruction, if he is divided according to the level of the god of destruction, he can only be regarded as the god of destruction in the first stage. The great priest comforted, I divide the level of the god of destruction into a total of 5 stages, and if the god of destruction of the second stage hits the god of destruction of the first stage, it can also be punched with one punch. Quote. So that's it. Makurita finally showed a faint smile. There was a brief silence. So, if it is the 5th stage of the god of destruction compared to the Father Sama, how much is the gap? Makurita asked again. There's still a big gap. The great priest smiled and said, don't talk about me, the angels can also easily deal with the 5th stage god of destruction. Quote. Makurita nodded vigorously. So that I am relieved. I'll take a look, you wait for my news. After the great priest finished speaking, he immediately set off. Not long after, the figure of the great priest appeared in the starry sky of the 7th universe. That is, the position where Yuandong just burst Doug's. Sure enough, the soul burst, the great priest sighed, and couldn't help but frown. Who will it be? Has such a powerful human being been born in this universe? The great priest explored the vicinity for a while, but found nothing. Because when Yuandong slept, there was not a trace of breath fluctuation on his body. The great priest simply could not find the location where Yuandong was. The grand priest thought about it and made contact with Makurita through the scepter. How's father? Have you found the murderer? Makurita asked. No, no clue at all. The great priest shook his head. Can't even find my father. Makurita was a little surprised, so, he should be a god. Quote. That's right, it may be a god born in the universe. The great god bowed. By the way, did Tiger say that it was because of the fight? Quote. That man seems to be looking for the same kind that is not much different from him. The words were a little rude, and Doug's was angry, so he attacked the other party first. Makurita replied truthfully, the other party just punched and Doug's soul was directly shattered, and his entire body became fragments. Quote. I'm afraid that Doug thinks that he is the god of destruction and thinks that he can already reach an invincible existence. The great priest sighed. Over the years, these gods of destruction have indeed felt a bit of a nobody. Quote. Yes, that's Doug's style. Makarita nodded slightly. Let's do this first. Wait until this person appears next time. It's a little troublesome to find now. The Grand Priest replied, I'll let Weiss pay attention to the movements on this side of the seventh universe. Quote. Yes, Father. Makarita replied, so, what about Doug's? Is there a way to resurrect him? Quote. No need, let Savoy find the right god of destruction on his own. The Great Priest thought for a while, and said to Makarita, just through this incident, it also reminded these gods of destruction, don't let them be so arrogant, let them remember that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. Quote. Yes, my lord, Makarita replied. Soon, the news that Doug's was punched to death also immediately spread in the god world. Not only the angels and the god of destruction knew about this, but even the realm king god also obtained this news through various channels. The gods were amazed. Doug was actually punched to death, and his soul was scattered. It is said that even angels cannot revive a man whose soul is destroyed. For a while, the gods were speculating about the origin of this murderer. How could it be so powerful? Doug's death also made many gods of destruction feel alarmed. It seems that in this universe, apart from angels, the god of destruction is not an invincible existence. There will be more powerful characters in this universe. Many destruction gods once again accelerated the speed of cultivation, and they became more diligent in cultivation. Originally, after cultivating for 4 million years, many gods of destruction had actually slackened down. Doug's death really shocked many gods of destruction. Practice well. Let the angel or the high priest beat to death, let a person who appears out of nowhere, punch to death. That would be too bad. The destruction gods and realm king gods of the major universes once fell into a burst of panic. Seventh universe. Destroy the god realm. What? Is Doug dead? Beerus was stunned, punched to death. Quote. That's right. Weiss nodded. It seems that Lord Beerus had better practice and cultivate well, and don't just think about sleeping all day. Quote. Che, what do you understand? Beerus snorted. The reason why I sleep every day is that I just miss my master Yuan Dong. You don't understand. Forget it, whatever you want. Vase sighed, but Lord Beerus, your talent is indeed good. After more than 4 million years of accumulation, you spend most of your time sleeping. But that's it, you all seem to be a little more powerful than the other destroyers. Quote. Because I'm a genius, Beerus said proudly. By the way, I forgot to tell you something very important. Weiss said with a smile. What's the matter, you say? Beerus said. The man who punched Doug to death seems to be in our seventh universe. Weiss smiled. What do you say? In our seventh universe? Beerus was taken aback. From this day onwards, Beerus turned on the cultivation mode again. Beerus didn't want to be punched to death. If the god of destruction is killed by a punch, it will be a shame and thrown to the master's house. There is one more important thing, does Lord Beerus know? Weiss suddenly thought of something again, and said to Beerus. What? Beerus was stunned and looked at Weiss and asked. During the time that Lord Beerus was sleeping, Lord Archpriest announced a new rule. Weiss smiled. What rules? Beerus asked. About 10 years ago, the Realm King God and the Destruction God of the 18th universe fought over a little trivial matter, which triggered a series of reactions in several other universes, almost causing a battle between the Destruction God and the Realm King God. Weiss sighed and explained. What? Is there such a thing? Why didn't you wake me up? Anyway, I'm also a member of the God of Destruction, and I'm going to destroy those Realm King gods. Spirit came when Beerustin came. Weiss. Lord Beerus, don't mess around. Weiss wiped his sweat. And then, Beerus asked. Later, the Lord God of the Realm King of the 18th universe was killed. Weissdale. As expected, the strength of the Realm King God is also like that, and he dares to provoke the God of Destruction, isn't that looking for a beating? Beerus was surprised and asked, which universe king gods and destruction gods participated in the battle? Quote. In addition to the 18th universe, the 16th and 15th universes and the 14th universe also participated in the battle. Vase replied, the destruction god of the 14th universe has just taken over, and unfortunately he was killed by several realm king gods. Gee, that idiot. Beerus shook his head. On the side of the realm king god, except for the realm king god of the 18th universe, the rest of the realm king gods were also seriously injured. Vase sighed. So, what later? How did the great priest handle this matter? Beerus asked curiously. However, since the birth of the god of destruction and the god of the realm, the first few years have been relatively harmonious, and as time goes on, it is normal for contradictions to occur because of ideological differences. Quote. Ah, Lord Grand Priest is angry. Weisdale. It's very annoying. Beerus nodded. What happened to them in the end? Do you play 50 big boards each? Quote. No, Lord Archpriest stipulates that from now on, the lives of the god of destruction and the god of the realm king will be bound together, and one of them will disappear, and the other will disappear with it. Vase said to Beerus. What did you say? Beerus was taken aback, and his face changed again and again. That's right, that is to say, Lord Beerus's current life is already bound to Lord Realm King God. Weiss said with a smile. Are you kidding? Beerus stuttered. Lord Beerus, I'm not kidding, if you don't believe it, you can ask the other gods of destruction. Weiss smiled slightly. This is bad, that is to say, while I was sleeping, if the Realm King God of our universe died, do I have to disappear with it? Beerus's hair stood upside down and his face turned pale. That's exactly the truth. Weiss nodded. That's not right. Our destruction god has a long lifespan, and it would be good that the Realm King God could live for 10 million years at most, right? Beerus suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, so, I only have 6 million years of life left. Quote. This is reassuring to Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled and said, as long as there is always a Realm King God in our universe, Lord Beerus will not disappear, and the Realm King God will train a new Realm King God to succeed the position of the Realm King God before the end of his lifespan, and at that time, Lord Beerus's life will be bound to the new Realm King God. Quote. Binding. Is it automatic? Beerus asked. Yes, automatically. Weiss nodded. Beerus, the great priest is really amazing. It was actually possible to do it to this extent. It can also bind my life to the Realm King God. It's ridiculous. I actually thought about challenging him before. It seems that no matter how hard I try, if I want to defeat the great priest, the possibility is almost zero. Weiss, the man you're talking about. The guy who punched Dougs with one punch, how does his strength compare with the great priest? Beerus asked. As for the disappearance of Dougs, there is nothing to be sad about for Beerus. What saddened Beerus the most was the death of the master. By that time Beerus was already heartbroken. Dougs is just a playmate on Beerus growing up. In fact, Beerus did not spend a very long time with him, and it only added up to a day. Compared to the great priest. Boom, there is no comparison. Weiss smiled. Isn't there any comparison between such a powerful guy and the great priest? Beerus was surprised. Lord Great Priest said, the god of destruction is also divided into 5 levels, you all belong to the first stage now. If the god of destruction of the second stage comes to challenge you, one blow with all your strength can completely blow you out. Weiss explained, so Lord Beerus also has to practice well, in case that person appears when Lord Beerus goes out to destroy the planet, but it's a little unfun. Quote. Got it, I'll practice well, it's verbose enough. Beerus hummed. 6th Universe. Elephant Paw also learned of Doug's explosion. Dougs, that guy, did you just die? Elephant Paw snorted. Therefore, Lord Shangpa should also cultivate well. Bardos sighed. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are so close together, maybe that person will come to our 6th universe one day. Stop scaring people, Bardos. Shangpa wiped his sweat and asked a little worriedly, Beerus, that guy will be fine, right? Quote. Supposedly not a big problem, doesn't Lord Beerus like to sleep? He was luckier and should not have met that person. Bardos replied. It's okay. Shangpa breathed a sigh of relief. That guy from Beerus is usually a little self-defeating, and I'm afraid that he will run up and send him to death. Quote. Bardos didn't say anything more. In fact, Bardos was also shocked in his heart. Even the great priest did not find out the whereabouts of this person. Where exactly is this person? Cultivate well, don't think so much. Bardos rode. Of course, this is also what Bardos said to himself. Shangpa nodded. And just like that, another few years passed. 72 years of the divine calendar. More than 3 million years have passed since Yuan Dong last slept. This year a big event happened. Quan Wang suddenly felt that so many universes were too troublesome to manage. And from the beginning of the 13th universe to the 18th universe, these 6 universes often have some moth things. The king was idle and a little bored. And the whole king has been itching his hands all these years, wanting to erase the universe. The universe, which has been raised for so many years, is finally fattened. The king no longer had the slightest hesitation and struck. With a wave of his hand, these 6 universes disappeared at once. Except for the angels of these 6 universes, all the gods and people of these 6 universes have disappeared. These 6 universes have since become boundless. In addition, the angels of these 6 universes were also sent back to the city of angels by the high priest. After learning this news, Beerus was really frightened. It turns out that this porcelain doll actually has such a strong strength. With a wave of his hand, the 6 universes were erased at once. For this reason, Beerus stopped a lot. I might as well continue sleeping. Beerus slept like Yuandong. It is worth mentioning that Tiger, the god of destruction in the 10th universe, happened to be in the 18th universe. Outcome: it was accidentally erased as well. Makarita was speechless. Fortunately, Makarita has been working on cultivating a new god of destruction over the years. This god of destruction is delicious. Time passed year by year. 350 years of the divine calendar. 75 million years ago. Beerus clashed with the old realm king god and sealed him inside Excalibur in a fit of anger. Then Beerus went to sleep in peace. Weiss. I deeply suspect, Lord Beerus, that you did this on purpose. You just want to get some sleep. 901 year of the divine calendar. The 7th universe gave birth to a terrifying monster called Mora. Mora can absorb the life energy of all things and can transform this energy into its own power. Mora absorbed tens of thousands of planets, turning them into the Death Star. The then realm king god of the 7th universe, that is, the great realm king god, consumed most of his divine power and sealed the Maluo. However, when these things happened, Yuan Dong was sleeping. Beerus was also sleeping. 998 year of the divine calendar. IG 550 years. 7th universe. Planet plant. This is exactly where Yuandong sleeps. Over the years, this most primitive planet has given birth to humans. The humans here call themselves the Saiyan fighting peoples. The Saiyans named the planet Planet Plant. The appearance of Planet Plant is similar to that of Earth, and it is also a planet full of greenery. It's just that the humans on this planet are much tougher than the Earthlings. Saiyans are born with the qualities to fight. On this day, civil war broke out among the Saiyans on the planet. The fighting on both sides was extremely fierce. In the end, the planet plant could not withstand the huge energy invasion and was destroyed where the core was. The planet has 5 minutes to go before exploding. The surviving Saiyans immediately embarked on the spaceship and left the planet. 5 minutes later, boom, the planet plant exploded, blooming brilliantly in the starry sky. Yuandong was once again blown away. But that's not a problem. Yuandong is still sleeping. Yuandong's body drifts in this universe. Compared to the entire universe, Yuandong's body seemed too small. People who don't know think that Yuandong is dead. Since then, Yuandong has been drifting aimlessly in this universe. And just like that, another 200 years or so passed. The time came to the year 737 of IG. Planet Vegeta, cultivation room. Only 5 years old, Vegeta had just finished today's cultivation. It is worthy of His Royal Highness the Prince. The combat effectiveness of those cultivators has reached about 1,000. I didn't expect His Royal Highness to defeat them so easily. Some of his subordinates hurriedly smiled and said to Vegeta, HMPH. Vegeta snorted, not bothering to communicate with the subordinate. Your Royal Highness, what's next? The subordinate asked again. You have too many words. Vegeta did not take care of the man, but immediately flew into the sky. It wasn't long before Vegeta appeared at the spacecraft launch site. His Highness Vegeta. Some staff were stunned. How did His Highness Vegeta get here? HMPH. Vegeta snorted, his expression grim. Although Vegeta is only 5 years old, the momentum he shows is still amazing. Hey, Your Highness Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly heard a childish voice ringing nearby. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at where the sound was coming from. Who are you? Vegeta found that the other party's age was not much different from his own. Ah, I'm Raditz, I'm Bardock's son. The kid hurriedly replied. It turns out to be the son of the inferior warrior Bardock. Do you have something? Vegeta snorted and asked lightly. Raditz, how do you speak? Is His Highness Vegeta going out? Raditz asked. Of course, it's too boring to stay on this planet, so I'll go out and find stronger guys to fight. Vegeta hummed. Team up together, Your Highness Vegeta. Raditz quickly proposed. You said you were going to team up with me. Vegeta pressed the button on the detector. The combat effectiveness of this cargo is too low. My combat effectiveness is really not worth mentioning, but when I encounter some small shrimp, I don't need you to make a move, I'll solve it, and by the way, sometimes help you run errands and so on. Raditz smiled. HMPH, you have successfully convinced me. Vegeta did not object. Your Highness Vegeta, let's join in too. At this time, a bald Saiyan teenager came over with several Saiyan children and pleaded with Vegeta. It's not worse than a few of you, as long as you don't hold back. Vegeta said lightly. In that case, we need to find a slightly larger spaceship, right? Raditz proposed. Hey, what's that? Vegeta ignored Raditz and looked behind him. What? Raditz also immediately turned his head to look. I saw that in the distant sky behind Raditz, a fiery red flame of light fell from the sky. Is it a shooting star? Naba was stunned and guessed casually. It turned out to be a shooting star, and it is indeed a bit strange to see meteors during the day. Raditz smiled. Vegeta, however, looked away. Boom! The meteor landed in the distant mountains and made a soft sound. After all, it is not easy to make such a sound from such a distance. Vegeta glanced at it. After a short silence, Vegeta flew into the sky and slowly flew in the direction where the meteor was. Hey, Your Highness Vegeta, where are you going? Raditz hurriedly asked. Vegeta didn't answer. Where do I still have to report to you? Soon, Vegeta flew away. Raditz and Naba and the others looked at each other, a little speechless. Are we going to wait for him here? Raditz asked. Wait, maybe go to the bathroom. Naba guessed. Aren't there toilets in spaceships? Raditz wiped his sweat. Maybe you're not used to going to the bathroom in the spaceship, said a companion. His Highness Vegeta won't go to see the meteors, will he? Some companions also guessed. No kidding, what's so nice about meteors? Naba snorted, that kind of thing is common on planet Vegeta. Quote. Raditz was speechless. What you say is what you say. Well, then wait, where the distant mountains are. Yuan Dong was attracted from space by the powerful gravity of planet Vegeta. Yuan Dong turned into a fiery red meteor and fell quickly from the sky. Yuan Dong smashed into this mountain. Yuan Dong left a bottomless hole in this big mountain, and the whole body penetrated the mountain range and entered the interior of the mountain. The next moment, Yuan Dong stretched out and opened his eyes. Wake up! Yuan Dong slept for nearly 100 million years. Yuan Dong glanced at the annual rings in the palm of his hand. According to the calculation of the annual ring, as long as you sleep for another 20 years, Yuan Dong will complete the real invincibility. Yuan Dong was so excited. Now Yuan Dong already belongs to a quasi-invincible existence. It's about to be invincible. Only the last 20 years remain. Yuan Dong felt that his vein was really hard enough. It took 200 million years of sleep to become invincible. When I woke up, everything changed. 200 million years. What is this concept? But that day is coming. Usually sleep according to millions of years or tens of millions of years. 20 years for Yuan Dong, that is, just a nap. The last 20 years. Since you are awake, let's go out and see the world of flowers and plants first. Above the mountains, Vegeta was suspended above the mountain, looking towards the meteorite that had smashed the mountain into a bottomless hole. But nothing can be seen. It's too dark inside. Vegeta pressed the detector he was wearing on his eye. Why do I feel like a person has fallen from the sky? Beep. A faint signal came from the detector. Combat Power 3. Vegeta was stunned. Sure enough, there was a life response. But this combat effectiveness is too low, right? Is there only 3 combat effectiveness? Vegeta suddenly lost interest, turned around, turned his head and was about to leave. However, at the moment when Vegeta had just turned around, Yuan Dong also flew up from the mountain. Ah! The next moment, Yuan Dong appeared behind Vegeta. Beep! Suddenly, Vegeta's detector issued a warning. Find the target, combat power 3. 1610 meters away, 2 meters. Vegeta glanced at the tip on the detector. Vegeta. What's the matter? Combat effectiveness 3, you still send me a policeman. And just now it was more than 1610 meters, you ran to a distance of 2 meters in this shake. HMPH, the detector developed by this Frieza is so wasteful. Oh, that guy with combat power 3 is right behind me. According to the detector, Vegeta found that the person with only 3 combat power had already appeared behind him. Vegeta smiled softly. This is absolutely impossible. However, Vegeta immediately turned his head and glanced behind him. Vegeta saw Yuan Dong behind him at a glance. Vegeta's eyes widened and he looked shocked. The next moment, Vegeta hurriedly flew backwards and opened a little distance between him and Yuandong. Vegeta pressed the detector he was wearing on his eye again. Combat power 3. Vegeta was a little mad. Is this guy's combat effectiveness really only 3? He doesn't seem to be a Saiyan. Who is he? Could it be that he was the meteorite that had just fallen from the sky? The problem is, combat effectiveness 3. Such a little combat effectiveness, it is said that it will not be able to fly. How did he levitate in the air? One question after another came to Vegeta's mind. Yuan Dong was surprised and delighted after seeing Vegeta appear in front of him. Finally saw a living person. Although this little fart child has a tail behind him, his basic image is not much different from that of a human. This is much better than the 2 monsters back then. What kind of destruction do those 2 demons claim to be? As a result, the dog demon was punched by me. The tiger demon was also so frightened that it flew and disappeared. Little friend, can you understand me? Yuan Dong looked at Vegeta excitedly and suddenly asked. Children. Vegeta wiped her sweat. This product actually calls me a child. Don't you know I'm Vegeta, a dignified Saiyan prince? You're not a Saiyan. Vegeta spoke. Great, you can speak, and it's in the same language as me. Yuan Dong was even more excited. Vegeta, how many do you mean? It's like I can't speak. Little friend, let me ask you, how many people are like you? Yuandong asked. HMPH, do you know who you're talking to? Vegeta was a little angry. Ahem, you're not a god, are you? Yuandong was stunned for a moment. How is this little fart talking a bit like that dog demon? Isn't that the type of underwhelmed as well? However, the dog demon tens of millions of years ago. I accidentally hit him too hard and beat him to death. And it blew him up. This time I had to control my energy, so as not to fluctuate too much and burst this child. God, I don't understand what you're saying. Vegeta snorted. That means you're not a god anymore, you're a human, right? Yuan Dong asked again. Vegeta, what a strange thing this guy said. Of course I'm human. What are you? Where are you from? Vegeta asked, looking at Yuandong and pressed the detector he was wearing on his eye again. The combat effectiveness is still 3. But Vegeta keenly felt that this guy's combat effectiveness was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The guy with only 3 combat effectiveness. Can't fly at all, okay. Moreover, it seems that he did not bring any auxiliary flying equipment. My name is Yuandong. I don't know where I came from, anyway, I've been sleeping for a long time, and I saw you when I woke up. Yuandong told the truth. HMPH, slept for a long time. How long can you sleep? Vegeta snorted. It is said that God is mysterious. How long can you sleep well? I said I've been sleeping for nearly 200 million years in total, do you believe me? Yuan Dong smiled. Vegeta. Vegeta's heart was marked by 10,000 grass and mud horses. You're special. You just brag. Have you slept for 200 million years? Why don't you say you slept for 10 billion years? Okay, none of this matters, take me to meet your people. Yuan Dong said, also, I'm hungry, get me something to eat. Quote. You want me to get you food? You really don't know who I am. Vegeta was all amused. Although Vegeta felt that this guy named Yuandong was not simple. But his combat effectiveness should not be as high as mine. Although I am only 5 years old this year. However, my fighting power has surpassed that of my father. My combat power reached a height of 15,000. The last time the person who said this made me punch out. Yuan Dong sighed. Moreover, he also claims to be some kind of destroying god. Quote. What god of destruction? Haven't heard of it. Vegeta snorted coldly. HMPH, you better feel your situation, be careful that you provoke people you shouldn't. HMPH, that person is me, the Saiyan's most talented warrior, Vegeta. Quote. Vegeta said and pointed his thumb to his nose. Who are your parents? Why are you little fart talking so aggressively? Yuan Dong shook his head. Who do you say is a brat? Vegeta's face darkened. It seems that you have not been beaten, then I will teach you a good lesson for your parents. Yuan Dong said, and when his figure moved, he already appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback. If Vegeta was also extremely fast, he immediately kicked towards Yuan Dong. It's pretty quick, faster than the two cats I met 100 million years ago. Yuan Dong smiled. Snap. Yuan Dong gently raised his hand to block Vegeta's attack. The next moment, Yuan Dong grabbed Vegeta's ankle. Bang bang. Yuan Dong's index finger and middle finger came together, and this Vegeta's ass was pumped down fiercely. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream. Say, do you still dare? Yuan Dong drank. Wow, whoa. Vegeta was furious, and the energy in his body surged wildly. My dignified Saiyan prince was actually taught a lesson by this goods. Hey! Vegeta immediately broke free from Yuan Dong's bondage. Ah! Vegeta quickly retreated and distanced himself from Yuan Dong. Wow! A powerful cloud of energy condensed in Vegeta's hands. Boom! This powerful mass of energy roared towards where Yuan Dong was. Looking at the speedy energy bomb, Yuan Dong gently slapped it over. Phew! The energy bomb was slapped into the sky by Yuan Dong's slap, cutting a graceful arc in the air, and soon disappeared. Shish! Vegeta was frightened, and a layer of shadows gradually appeared in his young mind, and the area of the shadows continued to expand. Who is this guy? Vegeta pressed the button on the detector again. Frieza, you idiot! Vegeta cursed Frieza in her heart. Do you this detector show that the combat effectiveness of this cargo is only 3? I feel that his combat power is at least 30,000. Click. Vegeta ripped off the detector he was wearing on his eye and smashed it directly. This thing is simply not allowed. Little brat, that was good just now. At this moment, Yuan Dong's voice suddenly came from behind Vegeta. Vegeta's heart trembled, his face turned pale, and he turned his head mechanically. When did this guy appear behind me? His speed is also too weird. Boom! Yuan Dong smashed down with a fist lightly. Boom! Vegeta's body fell like a shooting star towards the mountain below. With an earth-shattering bang, Vegeta also smashed on the mountain below. On the mountain, rocks flew around, startling many birds. Oh, still alive. The vitality of the little fart child is quite tenacious. Yuan Dong smiled, but he didn't kill it all. The last time he woke up, Yuan Dong punched the dog demon to burst. Yuan Dong felt that his strength was too great. I didn't want to kill. I just accidentally didn't control it well. So this time Yuan Dong controlled the power better. Otherwise, Vegeta would have been beaten into slag long ago. After Vegeta fell to the mountain below, he was not lightly injured, his head was tilted, and he fainted on the spot. Why can't these juniors talk well? Sighed Yuan Dong. I just want to find humans like me and understand the world before eating something. I'm not demanding, am I? Forget it, I'll find it myself. Phew! Yuan Dong flew quickly into the distance. Soon, Yuan Dong saw the towns that appeared in distant locations. This is town. Yuan Dong's eyes lit up. So, is the planet inhabited? But think about it, since you can see that child on this planet. That means there must be humans on this planet. Yuan Dong looked over from a distance and found that the humans on this planet all had a common characteristic with the little fart boy named Vegeta. That is, there is a tail behind it. A furry tail. Moreover, they are dressed in armor-like clothing. I'll keep a low profile this time. Ah! The energy on Yuan Dong's body appeared slightly, and he directly condensed a set of Saiyan-style armor for himself. In fact, the current clothes on Yuan Dong's body are all condensed with energy. Before Yuan Dong's master taught Yuan Dong to cultivate invincibility, the first thing he taught him was to condense clothes for himself through energy. Otherwise, no matter what kind of material, after tens of thousands of years or even millions of years or even tens of millions of years of slumber, when you wake up, your clothes must have been rotten long ago. Yuan Dong's master is a fastidious person. And after I fell asleep, I didn't have a single piece of clothing on my body, and I was invincible. I also feel ashamed. Therefore, the first thing that Yuandong's master taught Yuandong was to change various styles of clothes through energy, so as not to sleep or wake up without clothes. Snap. After Yuandong condensed a set of Saiyan armor for himself, he slowly fell in the distance and came to the town. The population of Saiyans is actually not very large, only about 2,000 in total. And most of the Saiyans went out to fight. It can be said that this town has the most Saiyans besides the royal palace. Of course, on this planet Vegeta, in addition to the Saiyans, there are other aliens. Yuandong walked around and had a simple understanding of the planet. It turned out that the people here were called Saiyans. For Yuandong, whoever you call has nothing to do with me. In addition, Yuandong also discovered one thing. That is, a lot of spherical things quickly landed in a base in the distance. And then, there were many people coming out of that base. It seems to have all come back from outside. Yuandong learned after understanding. Those spherical things are like spaceships that are used to navigate this universe. Yuandong shook his head and sighed for this. What kind of spaceship do you want? Can't you fly directly? Yuandong casually found a place to eat and sat down, and asked the shopkeeper for some food. Fill your stomach first. There are still 20 years to sleep until you are invincible. Now is not invincible, you still need to eat. After eating for a while, Yuandong found that someone had returned from outside. Yo, Bardock hasn't seen you for a long time, are you still alive? A voice sounded near Yuandong. Yuandong looked casually at the person who spoke. It is a Saiyan who speaks, and the tail behind him is his distinctive feature. The most obvious thing about this person is that his chin is very large. The man named Bardock also had a vivid image. Especially his hair, that explosive hairstyle, is really unique. Yuandong couldn't help but look at Bardock. Hey, do you know why you brought us back? Bardock asked. Who knows, it is estimated that a super big star was found. The companion smiled and added, by the way, those people in the Frieza Legion seem to be asking about Super Saiyans everywhere. Quote. Super Saiyan. Bardock was slightly stunned. Is that the legendary Super Saiyan? Quote. Yes. The companion nodded. I don't know what they want to do this. Do they also believe in this ancient legend? Quote. Yuandong did not interject, but just listened silently on the side. Anyway, there are still 20 years left. After eating something, go to bed. After sleeping the last 20 years, I am invincible. Yuandong felt a burst of excitement and anticipation in his heart. With 20 years left, isn't it easy to get enough sleep? As for what Saiyans are Super Saiyans and Frieza they just let them go with the wind. In the middle of the mountains. After more than an hour, Vegeta finally woke up. Vegeta gritted his teeth and got up, his whole body trembling. Who exactly is that guy? Was he Frieza's man? It doesn't feel like I was beaten so badly by him. Fortunately, Vegeta suffered skin injuries, and after this hour of cultivation sleep, it was already a small part better. Phew. Vegeta flew into the sky, dangling in the direction where the palace was. It wasn't long before Vegeta landed in the palace hall. Vegeta is going to the treatment cabin for treatment. As a Saiyan prince, Vegeta has his own dedicated healing chamber. It's just that Vegeta just returned to the palace and felt that something was not right. There seems to be someone coming inside the palace. Vegeta quietly poked his head out and looked into the palace hall. The next moment, Vegeta saw a scene that shocked him. I saw that his father, King Vegeta, was so honestly kneeling in front of a cat man. Next to the cat man, there is also a blue-skinned guy who is eating and drinking over there. King Vegeta, you really have the audacity to find me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, but what happened after you found it? Beerus looked at King Vegeta with a cold face. King Vegeta knelt in front of Beerus, and his whole body was trembling with fear. Snap! Beerus stomped his foot on King Vegeta's head and gave it a gentle push. Suddenly, King Vegeta's head was tightly pressed against the ground, and even left a small pit in the ground. You keep the most comfortable pillow in the universe for yourself, but let me use the second most comfortable. Beerus sneered, King Vegeta, you tell me who gave you the guts. Quote. King Vegeta did not dare to speak. And these foods you prepared today, they are so unpalatable that they are simply difficult to swallow. Beerus snorted. I'll leave the chef to prepare new food, King Vegeta said in a hushed voice. HMPH, there's no need for that. Beerus chuckled, and a purple-red flame of light appeared at the tip of his finger. Beerus gently pointed the purple-red flame of light. Snap! The purple-red flame of light hit directly on this table. A scene that shocked Vegeta happened. I saw that this table of food turned into dregs at that time, and all disappeared at once. Vegeta was stunned. What a destructive force this is. Although I can also use powerful energy to fry this table of food. But I want to destroy these things with a single click like he did. I'm afraid I can't do it. Oh, Lord Beerus, I haven't finished eating yet, Whis sighed, you're such a waste. Quote. You're coming less, Vase. Beerus hummed, when I first met you, I was still studying food by myself, and you are good now, follow me to the major planets to eat and drink. Quote. It seems that Lord Beerus did not come to eat and drink. Whis smiled. No, of course not. Beerus said angrily, I don't call it eating and drinking, I'm eating overlord meals, as long as they don't give me what they have to eat, I will destroy their planet. Humph, who made me the god of destruction? Quote. Whis was speechless. What you said makes sense, I don't even know how to refute it. Vegeta was shocked. God of destruction. This guy says he's the god of destruction. Didn't the man named Yuandong say it? He seems to have punched a god of destruction before. What is their relationship? Shall I find that guy named Yuandong and instigate the two of them to fight? However, Vegeta quickly dismissed his inner thoughts. No. How do you hear this guy mean to want to destroy our planet? If the planet is destroyed, we Saiyans will not be able to survive in space at all. Hey, that kid over there, come out, don't be sneaky there. Beerus said suddenly. Vegeta's heart trembled, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and walked out. After Yuandong's beating, Vegeta became less arrogant than before. You're Vegeta IV, aren't you? Beerus smiled. Vegeta didn't speak. It looks like you're not lightly injured, who was beaten like this? Beerus asked with a smile. Vegeta hesitated, but still didn't say it. This kind of thing said. Vegeta didn't think it made any sense. Of course, Vegeta would not be naive to think that Beerus would help him solve the guy named Yuandong. Moreover, in Vegeta's opinion, it is the best choice to solve his own affairs. King Vegeta also glanced at Vegeta obliquely, slightly stunned. Who injured Vegeta? It seems that you don't want to say it. Beerus smiled softly, bored child. You can go. Quote. Beerus said this and waved his hand impatiently. Vegeta saluted slightly, turned and left. I'd better go back and heal as soon as possible. Beerus yawned. Lord Beerus won't want to sleep again, will he? Whis asked. Well, drowsy. Beerus nodded. So, shall we go back? Whis asked. Let's go. Beerus directly penetrated the roof of the palace with his body, and Vase appeared high in the sky. King Vegeta was still terrified. Snap. Beerus put his hand on Vase's back. Vase bloomed with a flame of light like a star. Phew. The next moment, Vase quickly disappeared into the void with Beerus, and soon disappeared. On the way back, Lord Beerus, aren't you here to destroy planet Vegeta? After Whis flew out some distance, he suddenly asked. Forget it, the distance is a little far, too lazy to go back. Beerus glanced back and shook his head at Whis, but I already arranged for Frieza to do this job when I came. Quote. Lord Beerus, you're really lazy. Vase sighed. Hey, Whis, now according to the level of the God of Destruction, I have reached the 4th stage, right? Beerus changed the subject. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. As long as Lord Beerus cultivates well, he should be able to enter the 5th stage as soon as possible. Quote. HMPH, there is no need for that, anyway, now I am already the strongest God of Destruction. Beerus hummed. Lord Beerus, don't be happy too early, Lord Quitra's talent is also very good. Whis smiled and said, this will be nearly 100 million years, and while Lord Beerus is sleeping, Lord Quitra is cultivating. Now Lord Quitra is vaguely overtaking Lord Beerus. Quote. It's okay, when I get asleep, I will cultivate and cultivate again, and I will definitely crush this guy easily. Beerus smiled slightly. Speaking of this, Beerus sniffed his nose and looked back at planet Vegeta again. What's wrong, Lord Beerus? Whis asked. Actually, I felt it just now. On planet Vegeta, there seems to be a very good smell. Beerus thought thoughtfully. It smells good. Weiss was stunned and asked rhetorically, does Lord Beerus mean that King Vegeta still has better food hidden and did not bring it out to us? Quote, it's not food. It's a taste I'm familiar with, mused Beerus. Do you want to go back and take a look? Weiss asked. Forget it, I'll sleep first, and I'll go when I wake up. Beerus yawned again, really drowsy. Weiss, you wake up. Are you sure that when you wake up, planet Vegeta is still there? Planet Vegeta. Yuan Dong did not find Beerus. In fact, even if you find it, it is impossible to recognize it immediately. After all, Beerus had already transformed into a human form. Beerus is no longer the kitten he used to be. Yuan Dong finished eating, simply filled his stomach, and wandered around this town. It's so unpalatable. It's not as delicious as the one I baked myself. But with ready-made food, Yuan Dong is too lazy to do it himself. After strolling around for a while, Yuan Dong was a little bored. Although it has been a long time since he saw humans, after Yuan Dong really saw so many humans, he felt a little unsure of what to communicate with them. The main thing is that these people are too brittle. That's it. And fight the nation. At night, Yuan Dong found a deep mountain and old forest, intending to sleep the last 20 years to achieve true invincibility. Just when Yuan Dong had just come to this deep mountain and old forest, he suddenly saw two people slowly flying towards this side. One of them, Wundong, knew him, as if Bardock had just returned from an alien. Bardock also carried a spherical spaceship on his shoulders. Yuan Dong fixed his eyes and found that there was also a small baby in the spaceship that looked very similar to him. Behind Bardock was a woman who looked like his wife. What are these two guys doing here sneakily? Yuan Dong looked at it simply. Then again, you actually worry about your children, it's not like Saiyan style. Haimuki spoke. It was night, and there was no one here, so the voices of the two people talking were easily heard by Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong was actually not interested in the two of them, but it did not prevent him from eating melons. Snap. The next moment, I saw Bardock and Hame fall from the air and appear on this barren land. Yuan Dong was watching from the nearby stone mountain. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. The crying of a baby was also heard in the spacecraft. Kokoro is particularly troublesome. Bardock rode. Hey, let's run away. Haimuki proposed. It's useless, the detector will find us. Bardock shook his head and lowered the spherical spaceship to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Haimuki pressed a few buttons on the spaceship at speed and set the channel. Chapter 31. The program has been set up to travel to a distant planet called Earth. Haimuki explained, the food on that planet is very plentiful, but there is no usable value for people and resources, so it is a small planet. Quote. Crunch. The spaceship hatch closes. If it's just Bardock, we'll pick up your Kakarot soon. Haimuki was reluctant to cling to the little baby inside the spaceship. Remember, don't stare at the full moon for a long time. Bardock instructed Kakarot. Well, I'll tell Raditz about that too. Haimuki added, if you keep staring at the full moon, you will become a great ape, and you will lose your mind. Kakarot inside the spaceship showed a confused look. Kakarot is only 3 years old and basically already knows a lot of things. What Kakarot didn't know was, why did my parents send me away? You must survive. Bardock smiled. Goodbye. Haim waved. Kakarot also waved his two little paws, reluctant to leave his parents. Snap. Haimuki gritted his teeth, turned around and pressed the ship's start button. Phew. The spaceship quickly disappeared into the void, but disappeared in a flash. Has the level of human beings reached this level now? Yuan Dong sighed a little for a while. Such a small machine can actually fly so fast. However, it is much slower than the tiger demon back then. After tens of millions of years, has that tiger demon died? Master was right. When I woke up after sleeping, almost everyone around me was dead. But fortunately, I only need to sleep for another 20 years, and I don't have to sleep again. I've slept so hard all these years. That's right. I just listened to them and said, if you stare at the full moon for a long time, the Saiyans will turn into great apes. These Saiyans must not have evolved from the apes of the planet where I slept back then. Think about it. Those apes themselves have great strength. After tens of millions of years, it is normal for people to evolve into the present. Okay, go ahead and sleep. Yuan Dong found a cave and fell asleep again. This time, Yuan Dong intends to sleep for 20 years. The last 20 years. Then I became truly invincible. Yuan Dong was excited. That's 20 years. The planet shouldn't change much after I wake up, right? Aha, the humans here are quite interesting. Yuan Dong said to sleep, and soon fell asleep. It's just that what Yuan Dong doesn't know is, not long after he falls asleep, the planet Vegeta will also face extinction. Not long after Yuan Dong fell asleep, Vegeta finally recovered from his injuries through the healing instrument. The next moment, Vegeta sped away in the direction of the spacecraft launch base. Spacecraft launch base. Hey, do we still have to wait for His Royal Highness the Prince to come over? Raditz wiped his sweat. Wait, of course wait. Naba nodded. Even if it's going to the bathroom, it's time to finish it, right? Raditz was speechless. Maybe pulled your pants on, said Naba. Raditz. Snap. At this moment, Vegeta fell from the sky and landed beside Naba. Naba. Naba was taken aback. His Highness Vegeta, you. When did you come over? Naba asked. When you said I pulled my pants on. Vegeta snorted. Naba was so frightened that his soul flew. His Highness Vegeta, I didn't mean anything else, I was just kidding. Naba hurriedly begged for mercy. Vegeta ignored Naba and turned around and entered a medium-sized spaceship. Hey, Your Highness Vegeta, wait for us. Naba said quickly. The next moment, Naba, Raditz, and 4 teenagers entered the spaceship where Vegeta was located. Phew, the spacecraft flew into the sky and soon disappeared without a trace. The vast universe, the sea of stars. Frieza's spaceship levitates near the star field where planet Vegeta is located. Among the spaceships, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Frieza sat in the spaceship's flight pod with a faint smile on his face. Your Excellency Frieza, I think this is just a cliché heroic legend. A younger brother replied. Of course I know it's just a heroic legend, but I can't afford to feel a little uneasy. Frieza snorted. Anyway, the Saiyans are a bunch of guys with high self-esteem. They will never become my faithful slaves, and it's time for them to perish along with their planet. Quote. Of course, the reason I did this was also on the orders of Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus and I thought together. It just so happens that I also think Saiyans are hateful. This group of wild monkeys, prepared to destroy. And King Vegeta, the idiot. You actually gave the best pillow for yourself, and gave a relatively inferior pillow to Lord Beerus. Ha ha ha, you're stupid enough. You even dared to tease Lord Beerus, you were really helpless. In other words, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta now? Frieza asked. In about a month, basically all the Saiyans should be back. The younger brother replied, there are still very few Saiyans left who need more time to return. Quote. I can't wait that long, so let's be in a month. Frieza made up her mind. I have long seen this group of wild monkeys unpleasant. That's what is being said here. Phew. A medium-sized spaceship streaked across the starry sky and flew into the vast universe from the direction of planet Vegeta. Your Excellency Frieza, that's, the little brother was stunned and said quickly. Oh, isn't it for everyone to come back? How come anyone has left planet Vegeta? Frieza frowned, narrowed his triangular eyes, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The younger brother also immediately investigated through advanced instruments. The results of the investigation came out quickly. Your Excellency Frieza, there are now a total of 6 teenagers on that spaceship, headed by Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. The younger brother reported, do you want to beat them down? Quote. Don't fight the grass and scare the snake first, just run away from 6 people, just find an opportunity to destroy them. Frieza decided to ignore it. By the way, just now there was a little baby with only 2 combat effectiveness and left in a mini spaceship. The younger brother continued, I have already reported this to His Excellency Frieza before. Quote. HMPH, don't you think that little monkey with only 2 combat power will become a Super Saiyan someday in the future? Frieza laughed. Ha 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 ha, maybe. The little brother laughed. Frieza was also smiling happily. A small monkey with only 2 combat power. Let him go. Anyway, it can't set off any big storms. A month later. Ah ha ha. Frieza condensed a planet-destroying bomb in his hand and let out a sneer. Frieza. Bardock roared towards Frieza with a multitude of Saiyans. Frieza didn't even bother to ride Bardock. Immediately afterwards, Frieza waved his big hand. Suddenly, the planet destruction bomb condensed by Frieza smashed in the direction where planet Vegeta was. Boom! The planet Vegeta had a big explosion at that time. All the Saiyans on the planet were killed. The planet turned into a meteorite and floated in the starry sky. Hee hee, the fireworks of the planetary explosion are always so bright and moving. Frieza's smile grew brighter. With the explosion of planet Vegeta, Yuandong was also involved in the explosion. But for Yuandong, this is not a problem. Yuandong's body was shaken off by the shock wave generated by the Big Bang. Yuandong's body wandered in this endless universe again. Yuandong is still sleeping. With the last 20 years left, it will be invincible. Don't get in the way of me sleeping. Yuandong's body drifted in the starry sky so randomly. I don't know how long it took. Bang! A spaceship suddenly crashed into Yuandong's body. Boom! The spaceship was smashed by Yuandong's sturdy body. The people on the spaceship also died on the spot. Planet Frieza 38. Oh, the Kuso squad that went out to explore was completely destroyed. Hit a hard meteorite. Frieza snorted, what a useless waste, dead is dead. Others will explore valuable planets, and I will develop them in the whole universe. Quote. Yes, Frieza's younger brothers echoed in unison. The next moment, many spaceships on Frieza Planet 38 flew out and began to explore in this universe. Chi Tien, who was hit, changed direction in the starry sky and accelerated his travel speed. And just like that, time passed again day by day. IG 747. Yuandong has been sleeping for 10 years. There are still 10 years left to reach true invincibility. Earth, mountain road near Bun Mountain. Phew. Yuandong turned into a meteor and fell in this area. Yuandong's body left a bottomless pit in the mountain. Yuandong continued to sleep. Another 2 years have passed. Yuandong has the last 8 years left to complete invincibility. On this day, a green car was slowly moving. Crunch. The car stopped suddenly. The door opened, and a young girl stepped out of the car. The girl has twisted braids and blue hair, and has a perfect body and excellent appearance. The girl got out of the car and took out a strange instrument. The instrument is round and has a rotatable button on it. After the girl got out of the car, she looked carefully at this instrument and said to herself, it should be in this area. Well, it seems a little off, a little further west. Quote. After saying this, the girl returned to the car. The car started and headed ahead again, entering a mountainous area. At this time, there is a not very high mountain above the car. A small monkey wanders around here, looking for food. Looking for it, the little monkey was suddenly startled. Because the little monkey found a person. A man embedded in a crack in a stone. The little monkey was really scared. This mountainous area is rarely seen. But occasionally hunters come to hunt. The parents of the little monkey were taken by humans. Now suddenly seeing a human caught in the crack of the stone, the little monkey was really scared. However, after the little monkey took a few steps back, he found that the person seemed to be dead. Well, it seems to be a dead man. The little monkey scratched his head, picked up a stone, and smashed it towards Yuandong, who was sleeping in the distance. Bang! The stone fell on the crack near Yuandong. The cracks were already a little loose. Being smashed by a little monkey like this, there was a crack. Click! Yuandong's body loosened and slipped directly from the mountain. The little monkey was terrified and hurried to escape. Bang bang! Yuandong's body tumbled several times on the mountain. Bang! Yuandong's body smashed directly in front of the car where the girl was driving. The car that the girl was traveling also knocked Yuandong up to a height. Fortunately, the speed of the girl's car is not very fast. If you hurry up, I am afraid that this car will change shape on the spot and destroy the car. Ah! The girl let out an exclamation, hurriedly stepped on the brakes, and stopped the car. The girl was terrified and felt like her heart was about to jump out. The girl took a deep breath and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Did I hit someone just now? How I felt as if someone had fallen from the sky. The girl opened the door of the car that had changed slightly, took out her pistol, slowly got out of the car, and looked ahead vigilantly. The car was hit just now, and it was already seriously disshaped. The girl looked ahead. Immediately after, the girl saw someone. The man just lay on the road, motionless. Oh, I've killed someone. The girl was so frightened that her face was pale, and her brain went blank. After a brief stun, the girl plucked up her courage and walked in the direction where Yuandong was. Take a closer look. The girl finds herself hitting this person. He looks so handsome. The girl shook her head vigorously. Now is not the time to be foolish. Hey, are you all right? The girl now desperately hopes that this person will still be alive. The girl approached Yuandong step by step. The girl got closer and closer to Yuandong, and used her finger to test Yuandong's nose a little. Breathing. Great, he's alive. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like I just fainted. The girl took a closer look and found that Yuandong's body didn't seem to have any injuries. And no blood flowed out. Has it been knocked into internal bleeding? The girl began to be scared again. If it doesn't work, leave him alone, right? Anyway, it's deserted, and no one knows of hit someone. It's just that the girl is still kind-hearted after all. Although I wanted to leave, I always felt that I would just leave, and I was a little overwhelmed. No, I'll try it and see if I can bring him back to life. If you can't save it. I really didn't mean to hit him. He seemed to have run in front of my car by himself. Well, try it. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried, gritted her teeth, and plucked up the courage to step forward to do CPR for Yuandong. The girl first put her hand on Yuandong's heart. Yuandong was in a deep sleep with a very slow heartbeat. The girl's face was once again discolored. Oops, the heart has stopped beating. The girl exclaimed. Fortunately, the girl's school taught her CPR. These are all compulsory courses in schools now. The girl pressed Yuandong's heart hard with her own hand. Press and press, the girl found that the effect did not seem to be very large. The girl had to take a deep breath and breathe an artificial respiration to Yuandong. Yuandong was sleeping, just falling asleep. Suddenly a beautiful girl appeared in the dream, who was talking to herself. Yuandong was a little speechless. How could I have such a dream? Yuandong slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, Yuandong saw a beautiful girl who was doing something to himself. Yuandong was stunned. Yuandong hurriedly raised his hand and blocked the girl's lips. Hey, what are you doing? Yuandong asked angrily. I'm sleeping soundly. Did you wake me up? Yuandong said he was speechless. Yay. The girl was shocked and frightened, and she sat down on the ground. However, after seeing Yuandong wake up, the girl's hanging heart was also put down. Hey, are you all right? The girl hurriedly asked. Yuandong rubbed his eyes, stretched out again, and stood up from the ground. Yuandong looked around and found that the environment he was in now seemed to have changed again. Yuandong looked at the annual rings in the palm of his hand. Slept for 12 years. Have I only slept for 12 years? Did I just take a nap? And, in just 12 years, how did the heavens and the earth change so drastically? The sky over planet Vegeta is red. And the sky here is blue and blue. In addition, the gravity of this place is also different from the place before going to bed. And this blue-haired girl looks so weak. Yuandong felt that he poked a little finger, and she hung up. It seems to be made of balloons. Are you okay? The girl asked again. What happened? Yuandong asked. It's okay. The girl wiped her sweat. Did he lose his memory by me? Boom. It's so good. In case of encountering porcelain, even the richest man in the world in our family is not enough for him to lie. It's good that he doesn't remember. Did you hit me with this thing? Yuandong glanced at the car the girl was driving and asked with a smile. No, I didn't mean to. The girl waved her hand vigorously. So, what is it? Spaceship. Yuandong stepped forward and looked at the car. Girl. The girl wiped her sweat hard. You call this thing a spaceship? Are you here to be funny? And also, how did you suddenly run in front of my car? No, it's called a car. Haven't you seen it? The girl replied, the kind of spaceship you said can sail in space, right? This one can only be run on land. Quote. So that's the case, can you only travel on this land? Yuandong understood. You're an alien, aren't you? The girl laughed dryly. What is an alien? Yuandong does not know much about these words. Girl, forget it. Let's change the subject. Are you really all right? The girl asked again. It's okay. Do you think just such a small broken thing can still knock me to death? Yuandong smiled. The girl didn't know what to say. By the way, what's your name? Little girl, Yuandong asked. Bulma. The girl said her name. Bulma. Yuandong was almost happy. What a strange name. Quote. Bulma. Bulma wiped her sweat vigorously. Is my name weird? My name is very normal. What about you? What about your name? Bulma asked. Yuandong. Yuandong replied. Yuandong. Bulma was speechless. The main thing is that I don't know if his name is strange. It seems to be a very decent name. It's not good, it's not bad, it's not weird or not weird. If you're okay, then I'll go. Bulma breathed a slight sigh of relief. This product speaks so fluently, it should be fine. It's a pity to finally meet someone who can communicate well. Yuandong sighed. Don't leave first, play with me. Quote. Bulma immediately became alert and clutched the pistol in her hand. Play with you. I'm not going to meet a satyr, am I? Don't be nervous, although you are also very good looking, I will not have any crooked thoughts about you until I become invincible. Yuandong replied. Invincible, become invincible. Bulma was stunned. That's right, Yuandong nodded. What do you mean? Bulma asked puzzled. It's literally. Yuandong smiled. Literally, invincibility. It's just that no one on Earth is your opponent. Bulma said with a dry laugh. It turns out that this place is called Earth, and the last time I woke up was planet Vegeta. Yuandong sighed slightly. What's the mess? Bulma shook her head and muttered, I don't understand what you're saying. Quote. When I say invincible, I don't just mean the Earth, but also the entire universe you are talking about. There is no opponent who can fight, and no one can pose a threat to me, including God. Yuandong gave an explanation with a smile. Yuandong sometimes thinks about it. In fact, this exercise is indeed a little interesting. We're going to sleep for 200 million years. You have slept for 200 million years, and you are invincible in the process of sleeping. If you are truly invincible, no one will do you harm. If you are a fake invincible, you have long been killed in the process of sleeping. Sleeping for 200 million years without a single thing, that proves that becoming invincible at that time is also a real existence. Moreover, Yuandong also felt that he woke up more powerful than the last time he was on planet Vegeta. Of course, compared to the last awakening, Yuandong's quasi-invincible state is not known to be much stronger than the semi-invincible state. If he encounters that dog demon again, Yuandong doesn't need to punch him, lightly use a finger, and use a little energy to poke him. Do you mean to be invincible in the universe, and even God is not your opponent? Bulma sighed. This guy wouldn't be bragging, would he? Aha, that's what it means. Yuandong nodded, and after becoming truly invincible, I won't have to eat to fill my stomach, and I will also have eternal life. Then how long do you have to become truly invincible? Bulma asked curiously. Sleep for another 8 years. Yuandong gestured his finger. Sleep? Are you talking about sleeping? Bulma wiped her sweat. Yes, do you know how many years I slept? Yuandong smiled. How many years? Bulma asked. It's still 8 years away, it's 200 million years. Yuandong smiled. Bulma didn't want to talk anymore. You can really blow, I'm all deflected by you. Bulma stepped forward to check her green car. It's still a long way to find Dragon Balls. The car still works. Don't replace it when it's a last resort. After all, there are not many capsules brought with me this time. Then you go on sleeping, I'm leaving, bye. Bulma waved her hand and walked in the direction of the car door. As for the invincible thing, Bulma, who is a girl, is not interested. Bye-bye means goodbye, right? Yuandong asked. That's right. Bulma nodded and pulled open the car door. However, just as Bulma was about to get into the car, she suddenly had a flash of light. This person looks silly. I didn't know how to steal money by being hit like this. Seems like a good guy. Why not take him with you to find the Dragon Balls? He is okay when hit by my car, which shows that he is very strong. With him by his side, there is also a sense of security. And he looks so handsome. Even if you can't fight, stay around and watch, and feel comfortable. Hey, Yuandong, do you want to come with me to find the Dragon Ball? Bulma turned her head and smiled at Yuandong. Dragon Ball, what's it? Yuandong asked. This is it, Bulma said, took out a Dragon Ball and handed it to Yuandong. Bulma is not worried about Wundong taking this Dragon Ball for himself. I still have a gun with me. And he doesn't know what Dragon Ball is for, right? This is Dragon Ball. After Yuandong saw this ball, he was also slightly stunned, and couldn't help but mutter, there are 2 stars in this. Quote. Isn't that interesting? Bulma smiled. I saw this kind of thing a long time ago. Yuandong Dao. Have you seen it? Bulma was slightly startled. Yes, I've seen balls that are countless times bigger than yours, but there is only 1 star in it, which is also a red star. Yuandong Dao. Countless times bigger. Bulma wiped her sweat and asked, how big is it? Quote. Is it the size of Earth? Yuandong guessed. Bulma. Bulma covered her head and didn't want to speak. Yuandong, even if we want to brag, can we be slightly less outrageous? Moreover, you also cracked that thing with 1 punch. Is it? You might as well say that you beat the Earth in half with 1 punch. Bulma shook her head. The Earth doesn't seem to be very strong. If I stomp my foot a little, maybe it will really be in half. Yuandong mused. The Earth we are on, in terms of strength, should not be as strong as this Dragon Ball you said. Quote. Well, whatever you say, just be happy. Bulma didn't know how to answer. You always say things that I don't understand. I know you're bragging. But it always feels like you're saying the real thing. Shall I try this? Not as not strong. Yuandong said, flicking his finger on this Dragon Ball. Click. Only a crisp sound was heard. This Dragon Ball was bounced in half by Yuandong at that time. Bulma's eyes jumped straight out of their sockets, and her face was filled with endless horror. Dragon Ball. Actually broken. Are you kidding? Am I not mistaken? Look, it's still so crisp. Yuandong shook his head. Do you still want it? If not, I'll throw it away. Quote. Bulma. Bulma was completely dumbfounded. 2. Don't throw it. Bulma quickly took the Dragon Ball that had split in half. Bulma held the Dragon Balls arranged in half, and tears fell down her eyes. Can this still fulfill wishes? I'm really a bad teacher. Wrong. I have studied the material of this Dragon Ball, and it is extremely tough. How can it crack? And I felt like I was really flicked like this by his finger. How powerful your fingers must be. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what are you collecting this thing for? Yuandong asked nonchalantly. Bulma. Bulma didn't know how to explain it. You've all have this Dragon Ball. Well, it's not certain if you cracked it. But it must be inseparable from you. I picked up this Dragon Ball in our warehouse. Bulma wiped a handful of tears and explained, I don't know what this thing is for, so I had to ask someone. After many verifications, I finally found the answer in very old documents. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, which emit a faint glow and are inlaid with 1 to 7 red stars. Quote. Oh, Yuandong nodded. As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, a spell will appear, and he can grant any wish I made. Bulma said, once upon a time, it seems that someone gathered together the Dragon Ball to become the king. Quote. It seems kind of interesting. Is it really possible to fulfill any wish? Yuandong was a little skeptical about this. Directly invincible is not enough. Dao, have I slept in vain for 200 million years? Now there is such a thing. 7 together to grant any wish. This broke me. Can I still get my wish? Yuandong asked. What do you say? Bulma shouted angrily. Bulma was angry when she thought about it. I'm having a headache right now. I'll see if I can stick it. I hope I can get through the muddle. Bulma wiped her sweat and quickly got into her car to rummage for something. Bulma's ass is still outside the car, twisting and twisting. Yuandong was a little embarrassed after seeing it. No, I definitely can't move my heart. Nor can it be impulsive. Master said that if there is any special relationship with a girl in the middle of the way, there is a certain chance that my invincibility will disappear. After I reach true invincibility, it is not too late to have this thought. Observe first. This female doll is quite beautiful. When I become invincible, I am qualified to be my wife. I slept for so long just to be truly invincible. I'm going to have a 3 house and 6 courtyard. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the title of invincible? Found it. Bulma found a bottle of universal glue in the car and shoved half of the Dragon Ball into Yuandong's hand. What for? Yuandong asked. Of course, I glued this cracked Dragon Ball, otherwise how can I grant my wish? Bulma immediately said, let you take it, I'll put the glue on. Quote. Ah, this way. Yuandong figured it out, can this thing glue the Dragon Ball? Quote. Why don't you understand anything? Bulma wiped the sweat and applied the glue to the cracked Dragon Ball, applying evenly. Immediately afterwards, Bulma put the 2 Dragon Balls together and put them to her mouth and sighed softly. After Yuandong saw Bulma like this, he felt that she was very cute. This little girl is quite interesting. Glued. Bulma Dao. It doesn't feel as seamless as it used to be. Yuandong commented thoughtfully. Are you okay with that? Did you crack it? Bulma huffed. You spit on Xingzi sprayed my face. Yuandong said. Bulma, I hope I can fool through, what I'm most worried about now is that the divine dragon can't be summoned. Then we'll be busy in vain. Bulma sighed. I didn't promise you to go with you to find that Dragon Ball. Yuandong shook his head. What Dragon Balls to find? There are still 8 years to be invincible. Is it bad to have this time to sleep? Yuandong felt that this thing must be deceptive. Even if you can fulfill your wishes, you probably have a limited amount of wishes that can be fulfilled. Just as the earth is so weak, what kind of dragon can still make people invincible? Yuandong did not believe it. Also, the huge Dragon Ball that I saw when I woke up about 100 million years ago. Dragon Balls as huge as a planet. Yuandong felt that that kind of Dragon Ball fulfilled his wish, and if he didn't get it, it would really make people invincible. But certainly not as strong as my invincibility. That's what I call true invincibility. If that Dragon Ball from 100 million years ago can fulfill my invincible wish, why am I still fine? So, this thing is also making up stories to make girls happy, right? Nope, you broke my Dragon Balls. You have to follow me to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma crossed her small man's waist and said to Yuandong breathlessly. I want to sleep. Yuandong said, in 8 years, I will be invincible. Quote. That doesn't work either. Bulma snorted. I'll marry you in 8 years, okay? Yuandong asked. Bulma's face turned red at that time. Can you talk properly? Why do you say you want to marry me? How do you make me answer? No kidding. Bulma shouted. I'm not kidding, how old are you? Yuandong asked. It looks like you are 16 years old, right? Quote. You can really guess accurately. Bulma laughed dryly. What about you? How old are you? Quote. Although I have slept for 200 million years, my actual age is actually a little over 18 years old, close to 19 years old. Yuandong replied. Slept for 200 million years. You say you're only 19 years old. Bulma looked helpless. I don't even know how to take it. Is your math taught by a physical education teacher? Quote. What math? What PE teacher? Yuandong was stunned. I have never heard these words you said. Quote. Bulma. Can't chat. Forget it, it's not important. Bulma snorted. Even if you want to sleep, you go to that car and sleep well, I'll drive. You shouldn't open either. Quote. Sleep in there. Yuandong was slightly startled and glanced at the green car. Be content, how good it is to have a big beauty like me with you. Bulma said with a smile. Anyway, let's take this person with you to find Dragon Ball. You still have 8 years to sleep and you will be invincible. Just sleep. Anyway, if you encounter some beast, I will throw you out as bait. Hee, I'm so smart. That's fine. Yuandong nodded, but did not object. There are only 8 years left. That is, another nap. Yuandong got into the car directly and came to the cab. Bulma, are you going to drive? Bulma asked, tilting her head. What driving? Yuandong asked rhetorically. You sit over there. Bulma pointed to the co-pilot and then to the back of the car. Aren't you going to sleep? You can also sleep in the back. Quote. It's okay, I don't have high requirements for sleeping, I can fall asleep anywhere. Yuandong moved his butt and came to the co-pilot. Whatever you want. Bulma nodded. Well, are you going to find the second Dragon Ball next? Yuandong asked. I've found the second Dragon Ball. This one is the 5-star Dragon Ball I found in the valley to the north 10 days ago. Bulma said, feeling out another Dragon Ball from the small bag he was carrying, and shook it in front of Yuandong. Ah! As soon as Yuandong raised his hand, he grabbed the Dragon Ball. You're still dangling in front of me. Bulma. Hey, don't crack this Dragon Ball too. Bulma was startled and hurriedly said. Don't worry, I'll just take a look, and I seem to like to break things. Yuandong sighed, and took the Dragon Ball to look at it carefully, nodded and said, well, there are indeed 5 stars in it. Quote. It's really not easy to find 7, we still have a long way to go. Now let's go find the 3rd Dragon Ball, and the 3rd Dragon Ball is in this mountainous area, not far from here. Quote. Bulma glanced at the Dragon Ball radar again and started the car. What is it? Yuandong came over. This is Dragon Ball radar. Bulma grinned, I'm a genius girl, I invented it myself. I made this radar based on the faint radio waves emitted by the Dragon Ball, and you see, these 2 are the ones we've found, in the center. Quote. Weak radio waves. It should be a special energy fluctuation. Yuandong guessed. It can be understood that way. Bulma nodded. Your instrument is quite advanced. When you say that, I did sense the presence of Dragon Ball in that position. Yuandong pointed straight ahead. Sensed the existence of Dragon Ball. Bulma was stunned. That's right. Yuandong nodded. Since it is a special energy fluctuation, it can be sensed. Quote. Whatever you want. Bulma shook her head, we're going. Quote. With that, Bulma stepped on the accelerator in gear. The car started and headed ahead. What do you call that? Cars? Yuandong asked. Bulma. Yes, cars. Bulma nodded. It's interesting, can I play for a while? Yuandong suddenly became interested. Nope. Bulma shouted, we're going to find Dragon Ball. You don't even know what a car is, don't you drive it into a ditch. Quote. My level is not that bad, is it? Yuandong smiled and said, this kind of thing can be learned as soon as you learn it. Quote. Aren't you going to sleep? Hurry up and sleep. Bulma snorted. That's true, too. Yuandong nodded, it's time to sleep, I will be invincible in 8 years. Quote. Then again, what can you do after you are invincible except that you can fight the invincible hand all over the world? Bulma asked casually. Anyway, the road is idle, and it is good to have someone to chat with. After being invincible, I can have many special abilities, and you can understand that I will become a true god. Yuandong Dao. The real god. Is there really a god in this world? Bulma shook her head, I'm an atheist. Quote. Of course there is, after I woke up last time, there was a guy who claimed to be the god of destruction. Yuandong replied. God of destruction, your name is too casual, right? Bulma wiped her sweat, and what about later? Quote. Later, he provoked me, and I accidentally punched him. Yuandong told the truth. It's a shame you don't write novels, Bulma sighed. Actually, I haven't seen a real god, and I don't know if there is a real god in this universe. Yuandong thought thoughtfully. Haven't seen it, so what's the point of you becoming a god? Bulma shook her head again. After becoming a god, you can have eternal life, envy. Yuandong said with a smile, and it will never age, maintain youthful vitality. Quote. It seems to be interesting. Bulma nodded slightly, but this kind of thing can also be done through Dragon Ball. Quote. Then give it a try. Yuandong didn't mean to argue with Bulma. After I go to sleep in a while, you won't have to care about me, I won't die when I sleep. When I've slept enough for 8 years, I'll wake up. Quote. Whatever you want. Bulma hummed. I still don't believe it, can you sleep for 8 years at once? Are you hibernating or sleeping? You go to bed as soon as possible. The car continued along the road ahead. Yuandong stopped talking and began to fall asleep. Sleep for another 8 years and be invincible. It's exciting to think about. 8 years is just a nap. After 10 minutes, Bulma glanced at the co-pilot's Yuandong. Bulma found Yuandong there with his eyes closed, not knowing if he was asleep. Hey, you're not really sleeping, are you? Bulma asked. No, didn't fall asleep. Yuandong opened his eyes. Bulma, it's been 10 minutes, haven't you fallen asleep yet? Bulma said with a smile. I don't know what's going on. In the past, as long as I wanted to sleep, as soon as I closed my eyes, I fell asleep in less than a minute. Yuandong frowned. This time it's really strange. I'll try again. Quote. You're not looking for some crooked mind, are you? Bulma glanced at Yuandong. What? Looking for what? Yuandong asked. Of course you want to be ill-intentioned towards me. Bulma hummed. I said you little girl. I didn't have this idea for you, and if you said so, I was a little sorry for my lack of ideas about you. Yuandong sighed. You, don't mess around. Bulma was taken aback. Don't worry, I said it, I won't mess around with you until I become truly invincible. Yuandong smiled, but you have to pay attention to what you say in the future, you can easily make people think of wrong. Quote. Bulma, I also see how handsome you are. So it's okay to tease you for 2 sentences. Do you think I do this to everyone? Okay, go to sleep, go to sleep. Bulma changed the subject. Another 10 minutes passed. Yuandong still didn't fall asleep. Yuandong patted the door of his head. How did you do it? I usually fall asleep almost as soon as I close my eyes. Why can't I sleep this time? Could it be that the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl made me care? Or did I sleep too much before? I've slept all the sleep. Yuandong felt that the second statement seemed more reasonable. As for the appearance of a beautiful girl who has something to worry about, Yuandong feels that it is unlikely. Did you say, the reason why I woke up early before was also because I slept too much, not because this girl kissed me? This is a pain in the egg. I've slept all the sleep, and you won't let me sleep for the remaining 8 years. Master, if this is the case, I will draw a circle and curse you. You're invincible. It's not that pitted. It is also possible that the inside called the car is too noisy and the space is still a little crowded. Maybe I should continue to find a natural place to sleep. It's only been 8 years, and nothing will happen to this planet, right? I've only been sleeping for 12 years to run from planet Vegeta to such a planet, which is strange. I'll sleep somewhere else, said Yuandong. Just before Yuandong finished saying this, Bulma's car picked up speed and rushed uphill. Whatever you want, just go back and lie down and sleep. By the way, the co-pilot's seat can also be reclined, and sleeping lying down should be more comfortable. There's a button on the right-hand side of your seat, and you can press to go back to your seat. Quote. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, the car suddenly flew to a height because of the uphill. Immediately afterwards, Bulma fixed her eyes and saw a large fish in front of her. And next to the big fish, there is also a child with an explosive hairstyle. Shish! Bulma was startled and hurriedly applied the brakes. The car left a long brake mark on this highway. Didn't you go out and see the yellow calendar today? Almost got into another accident. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time Bulma's car skills were better and did not hit people. That little ghost, it looks a little familiar. Yuandong silently looked at the child. Hey, you're scared me to death. It was so dangerous just now. Bulma opened the skylight and shouted a reprimand at the child. Yu Kai, do you want to snatch my big fish? The child was also angry, put the big fish to the side, and stepped forward to lift the car with enough strength. The car already had a corner hanging in the air. Yuandong. This little fart is really fooling around. Yuandong used it a little. Snap. The car sank down. Suddenly, the child was grinning in pain. Can't lift it. The child scratched his head. This monster is so heavy. Quote. Bulma, where did this silly boy come from? The car is so heavy, it's strange that he can lift it. Bulma wiped her sweat. I'll stone you. Seeing that he could not move the car, the child immediately ran to the side and lifted a large rock. That stone was several times the size of that child. The child was holding a large rock and was about to smash it at the car. Bulma was frightened. Aren't you invincible? Hurry up and help, Bulma said quickly. Don't worry, it'll be fine, there will be me. Yuandong was calm. Bulma wanted to cry. That stone is about the size of a car, and if it falls down, I'll make a meatloaf. It's too ugly to die like that. Can't count on this guy anymore. You're still invincible. Bulma immediately pulled out her pistol and shot at the child opposite. Bang! The gun went off. The bullet hit the child directly in the head. The child was hit on the spot and leaned back. Snap! The boulder that the child lifted suddenly crushed him underneath. Ah! The child let out a scream. It's dangerous, it's dangerous. Bulma let out a long sigh of relief and gripped the pistol tightly. Is this thing a weapon? Yuandong glanced at the pistol in Bulma's hand. Stupid, this is called a pistol, haven't you even seen this? Bulma shouted. How do you play with this thing? Yuan Dong asked curiously. Pistols are not meant to be played. Is it time to say this? Bulma said angrily, I'll teach you hand pistols another day. Quote. After Bulma said this, her face flushed at that time. That's what I said. How do I feel like I'm driving? This old hat should not understand, right? Bulma glanced secretly towards Yuandong. Sure enough, he didn't have much reaction. Hey, you're so fierce, you shouldn't have married off, right? Yuandong asked. I'm still in school, how can I get married? Bulma hummed, a little scared, let's not talk about this, didn't you see that I accidentally killed someone just now? Quote. I'm panicking right now, I really didn't mean to. I didn't mean to kill the kid. I was just doing so in self-defense. Don't worry, he's strong, he's not dead. Yuan Dong smiled. What did you say? Bulma was stunned. Bang! Just as Bulma's words fell, the child directly punched the stone into several pieces. Bulma's eyes jumped straight out of their sockets. Am I dreaming? Didn't this kid die when he was crushed underneath such a large rock? I don't want you to die, but at least you're crippled. It's just that, you now look safe and sound. What am I going to do? The child got up and drew a stick from behind. Out of that monster ran a leprechaun. And this goblin can also do magic, I fought with you. The child pointed a stick at the green car. What are you kidding? Why didn't it die? Bulma was frightened. Stupid, how could such a small thing kill me, my body was as strong as steel. The child shouted angrily, you goblin. Let me teach you a lesson. Quote. Don't do it, I'm not a leprechaun, I'm human. Bulma hurriedly opened the car door and waved at him. Immediately afterwards, Bulma immediately looked at Yuan Dong. Hey, aren't you awesome? Hurry up and find a way. Bulma said. It's too brittle, as soon as I make a move, I'm afraid he will die. Yuan Dong shook his head. Don't worry, you won't be fine, if he dares to be rough with you, I will burst him. Quote. Bulma, really fake, that's what you said, can I believe it? Let's go down first. Yuan Dong opened the door and got out of the car. Bulma had no choice but to get out of the car quickly. After all, this kid can lift such a big stone, and it will really be crushed into meatloaf in this car. Is it human? Are you sure? The child was slightly stunned, looked at Bulma, and then at Yuandong. Of course, you see, it's the same as you. Bulma hurriedly replied. Don't move, both of you don't move. The child said with a stick. Yuandong stood there calmly and admired the surrounding environment. Of course, if that kid dared to hurt Bulma, Yuandong would definitely shoot him to death without hesitation. How can a girl who is tentatively designated as a future wife be bullied by others? When you can't look for Dragon Balls. I'll help Bulma first. I feel like she's had a bumpy ride. Dragon Ball shouldn't be that easy to find. This person is about the same as me. But you are different, a weak look. The child looked at Bulma, confused. It's natural, he's a boy, and so are you. Bulma said with a dark face, I'm a girl. We are different. Quote. Girls, you say you're a girl. The child was stunned and looked at Bulma with some surprise. You wouldn't have seen a girl, would you? Bulma wiped her sweat. It's the first time I've seen someone, the child nodded. Hey, Yuandong, how is he dirtier than you? Bulma was speechless, I suddenly felt that he was also an alien. Quote. Aliens mean people on other planets outside the Earth, right? Yuandong asked. Bulma, I still don't speak. You're really right, he's really an alien, from planet Vegeta. Yuandong smiled. Bulma shook her head vigorously. What is this all mess? What planet Vegeta? I remember you, your name is Kakarot, right? Yuandong looked at the child and said. The child showed a confused look. Immediately afterwards, the child pointed his index finger to his nose. Fortunately, he pointed to his nose with his index finger. If you use the thumb, Yuandong will clean him up if he doesn't get it right. Yuandong dislikes the kind of people who pretend to provoke themselves. It's like that little fart boy named Vegeta. By the way, that little fart boy seems to be the prince of the Saiyan. And he was honored to name the planet Vegeta. Are you talking to me? Big brother. The child looked at Yuandong curiously. This little friend is really good, this is the first time I have heard someone call me big brother. Yuan Dong was happy and stepped forward and patted the child's shoulder. Ah, the child looked confused again. What do you mean? What's your name? Yuan Dong asked. My name is Monkey King. The child replied immediately. Hey, did you mess up? Bulma grinned, leaned into Yuan Dong's ear and said, you still say his name is Kakarot. That's right, you should be Kakarot. Yuan Dong looked at Sun Wukong carefully and said affirmatively, your father's name is Bardock, and your mother's name is. Your mother's name. Well, your dad didn't say it, it doesn't matter. Quote. Monkey King. My dad, my mom. Sun Wukong looked confused. Understood, are you amnesiac? Yuan Dong asked again. What does amnesia mean? Monkey King scratched his head. Forget it, don't ask any more, Yuan Dong. Bulma shook her head, as you said, it doesn't matter anymore. Quote. It's dark when you talk again. Ah, when my grandfather was alive, he said that when you meet a girl, you should be polite to her. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma and said. Yes, your grandfather is so right. Bulma grinned. Ha, girls without tails. Monkey King turned his head and looked behind Bulma. Bulma, this little fart put a fake tail on himself, and he thought it was pretty cool. Bulma whispered to Yuan Dong. Perhaps, his tail is real. Yuan Dong Dao. It's really weird, Bulma hummed, and you seem to have a long tail. Quote. I've really grown, but not in the back. Yuan Dong thought thoughtfully. Bulma, you actually understand in seconds, said Yuan Dong. Stupid. Now the network is so developed. What a strange thing about this kind of thing. Bulma said loudly with a red face. Network, what is it? Yuan Dong asked. Yes, what is networking? Sun Wukong also showed a curious face. Bulma, there was a brief silence. If you don't know, don't ask, learn slowly in the future. Bulma shouted. Big brother, this girl is so fierce. Sun Wukong faced Yuan Dong Dao. Aha, Yuan Dong nodded. Yuan Dong, aren't you going to sleep? Why don't you go to sleep yet? Bulma said angrily. Suddenly I feel a little hungry. Let's go to sleep after eating. I said I couldn't sleep just now, I think I'm hungry. Yuan Dong smiled. Obeyed you. Bulma shook her head. What is that monster? Did you catch it? Monkey King pointed to the car and asked. That's not a monster, it's a human-made machine called a car. Bulma really didn't bother to explain, you two have never seen a car, and I am speechless. Quote. I've heard of cars, Sun Wukong said, jumping directly onto the roof of the car. Bulma, is this a car? It looks good, but it's not very strong. Sun Wukong muttered and stepped on a few feet. Suddenly, the car changed shape again. Get me down, you broke the car. Bulma huffed. Ah, okay. Monkey King jumped down and smiled stupidly. You see, I really can't fight the fire. Bulma tried to light up, but the car didn't respond. You're all from the city, aren't you? Monkey King asked. I came from the west, and he said he fell from the sky, said Bulma, pointing to Yuan Dong on the side. So awesome, falling from the sky. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Maybe. Yuan Dong smiled. Big brother is so good. Sun Wukong was excited. Come with me, I'm going to treat you to dinner. Sun Wukong greeted, please eat grilled fish. Quote. Speaking of which, I really haven't eaten grilled fish in a long time. Yuan Dong nodded slightly. The fish that Sun Wukong caught was not bad. It should taste delicious when grilled. After seeing the grilled fish, Yuan Dong couldn't help but think of the two cats of the pier in the pool. They're already dead, right? What a shame. This is also the reason why Yuan Dong does not want to make friends. It will be very sad to sleep and make friends who are dead. Fortunately, now Yuan Dong only has the last 8 years left to reach the real invincibility, and it can be regarded as completing the invincible cultivation. There are only 8 years left. Yuan Dong can now make friends. Yuan Dong thinks that this little guy named Sun Wukong is not bad. The personality is relatively naive. Much better than that little fart boy named Vegeta. Sun Wukong stepped forward and picked up the big fish and walked towards the house. Although you are not big, your strength is not small. Bulma couldn't help but sigh. My grandfather taught me. Sun Wukong grinned. Yuan Dong, do you want him to follow us to find Dragon Ball? Bulma asked Yuan Dong in a low voice. His strength is so great, it is very good to be a bodyguard on the road, what do you think? Quote. I'll see it, I'll observe him first, if not, I'll teach him some kung fu to improve his strength a little. Yuan Dong nodded slightly. When he can protect you to the level, I will go to sleep again, otherwise it seems dangerous to let my future wife look for the Dragon Ball alone. Quote. Madam, Bulma wiped her sweat, is that what you call that? Quote. What else is it called? Yuan Dong asked. It feels like you're an ancient person. Bulma said with a smile. Didn't I say, I slept for 200 million years. Yuan Dong sighed. Before I went to sleep, this place called the universe was still an endless continent. I now deeply suspect that the universe was born with the Big Bang on the continents. Quote. Bulma was speechless. Forget it, I still don't speak. Wait a minute. Sun Wukong had already taken Yuan Dong and Bulma to the outside of a small house on the mountain at this time. Sun Wukong opened the door and bowed to a 4-star Dragon Ball placed on the table. Grandpa, look, there are girls coming to our house, and there is a big brother. Sun Wukong smiled. Yuan Dong, that's Dragon Ball. Bulma was surprised and delighted. See, 4-star Dragon Ball. Yuan Dong nodded. Just now I felt that there was a Dragon Ball near here, but I didn't expect it to be really here. Quote. Bulma glanced at Yuan Dong and did not answer. Obviously my Dragon Ball radar found it. You actually said you could sense it. Bulma directly stepped forward and picked up the Dragon Ball, and couldn't help but stroke it a few times. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch my grandfather. Sun Wukong is anxious. How did this become your grandfather? Bulma smiled. This is my grandfather's relic. Sun Wukong said quickly. I really can't help you, show you this. Bulma said, took out 2 Dragon Balls from the small bag she carried, and presented them in front of Sun Wukong. Huh, also grandfather, you have 2 grandfathers. Sun Wukong was stunned, why is the other grandfather still injured? Quote. Bulma, that's not the point. Bulma wiped her sweat and immediately told Sun Wukong about the Dragon Ball. That's interesting. Sun Wukong nodded excitedly. Yuan Dong watched from the sidelines and did not interject. As the years go by, the Dragon Balls have been lost around the world, so I'm going to collect them all together. Bulma smiled and said, I've already made my wish, and I want to ask Shenlong to give me a Prince Charming. Quote. Yuan Dong, Bulma, you have granted your wish. Yuan Dong Dao. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Bulma was a little lost. I am your Prince Charming. Yuan Dong smiled. Bulma. But don't say, Yuan Dong looks quite handsome. It is indeed a suitable candidate for Prince Charming. I don't care, I'm going to ask Shenlong for a Prince Charming anyway. Bulma snorted. What if Shenlong says it's me? Yuan Dong said with a smile. If it really says it's you, then I'll admit it. Bulma huffed. Well, if it's not me, I'll beat him up until he says it's me. Yuan Dong smiled slightly. Barbarians. Bulma wiped her sweat. You still want to beat up the dragon? How dare you think? Forget it, let's find Dragon Ball first. Don't fight with him here. What is Prince Charming? Sun Wukong was still confused on the side. Children don't ask so much. Bulma said, hey, give me this 4-star Dragon Ball of yours. Quote. No, this is my grandfather's relic. Sun Wukong immediately grabbed his Dragon Balls tightly. It's stingy. Bulma pouted, a little upset. You say, you want something, I'll exchange it with you. Quote. I don't have anything I want. Sun Wukong shook his head. So, Yuan Dong answered, you come with us to find the Dragon Balls, right? Quote. Looking for Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong was stunned. Yes, you have nothing to do when you are idle anyway. Bulma nodded, a man should walk around and hone. Quote. But this ball is going to be placed on me. Sun Wukong replied. Good, put you there. Bulma did not object, stepped forward and patted Yuandong's shoulder. Good Yuandong, I didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Quote. Let's eat that big fish first. Yuandong proposed. Okay, I'll grill the fish. Sun Wukong replied. The fish I grilled is delicious, don't do it, I'll come by myself. Quote. Saying that, Sun Wukong began to get busy. Yuan Dong originally wanted to roast and eat it himself, but when he heard Sun Wukong say this, he thought how delicious he would make. Therefore, Yuan Dong did not make a move. Monkey King quickly cleaned up the fish and grilled it on the wood. Bulma watched silently from the sidelines. It's also good to eat game occasionally. Enough bread and milk every day. Soon, a grilled fish was well baked. At this time, it was also close to dusk, and the sky gradually darkened. That's all right, Yuandong asked. Okay, Monkey King nodded vigorously. This is a freshwater fish, right? You don't put salt, can you? Yuandong asked. What is salt? Monkey King scratched his head. Did you bring seasoning? Yuandong asked Bulma. Hey, you're really asking the right person, but I brought a lot of good things. Bulma smiled proudly, felt out a universal capsule, and threw it directly. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a house. Wow, it's magic. You really know how to do magic. Sun Wukong was stunned and startled. Yuandong was also slightly surprised. Such a small thing can actually conjure such a big house. It's kind of like storage. Hee hee, you two old hats, now you can be considered a long insight, right? Bulma grinned. It's kind of storage space, right? Yuandong asked. Huh, you know a lot. Bulma glanced at Yuandong with some surprise, but this is called a universal capsule. This kind of thing is very common in the city, and the principle is similar to what you said, put things in through the compression of space. Quote. With that, Bulma stepped forward and opened the door. Sun Wukong leaned over and looked. Wow, how is it like the day in this house? Sun Wukong was surprised. Well, it's kind of magical. Yuandong also commented, looking up at the glowing electric light. Haven't you even seen the light? Bulma wiped her sweat. These two guys are really home. The next moment, Bulma glanced at the TV next to her. Bulma grinned and stepped forward to turn on the TV. A picture appeared on the television set of someone singing. Hey, what is this guy doing inside? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. It's a video recording, right? Yuandong thought thoughtfully. It's called a television. Bulma smiled and said, forget it, don't care about you, I'll go get the seasoning. Quote. Soon, Bulma went to the kitchen to get the seasoning and handed it to Sun Wukong. What is this again? Sun Wukong did not understand. I'll do it. Yuandong took the seasoning and went out to sprinkle it on the grilled fish. Suddenly, the grilled fish after seasoning came out with a fragrant delicacy. The three ate the fish clean. It's too late today, let's go find Dragon Ball tomorrow. Bulma proposed to Yuandong. Okay, I have no opinion. Yuandong nodded. Just got some sleep here at night. Take a good rest and nourish your spirits. Bulma smiled and said, Yuandong, aren't you going to sleep? There's a bed over there, you go to sleep. But you have to take a shower before going to bed. Quote. Don't worry, my body is not dirty at all. As long as I use a slight shock of energy, the ash on my body will be removed. Yuandong replied. Don't say these things I don't understand. If you want to sleep in bed, you have to take a shower. Bulma snorted. Where do you sleep? Yuandong asked. There are 2 rooms, I sleep in the other one. Bulma Dao. I thought the two of us were going to sleep together. Yuandong sighed. Come less. Didn't you mess around before you were invincible? Bulma hummed. I still don't sleep. I'm worried that I will sleep for 8 years as soon as I sleep, during which you are in danger, and I will not wake up. Yuandong shook his head and said, you guys rest early, I'll walk around. Hee hee, I haven't slept with 2 people for a long time. Sun Wukong grinned and was about to go to bed with a jump. Snap. Yuandong grabbed Sun Wukong's clothes and directly lifted them up. Isn't your house over there? You go back to your house and go to sleep. Yuandong ordered. I used to use my grandfather's stomach as a pillow, but it's comfortable. Sun Wukong said. Bulma. Goku, there is a difference between men and women, you can't be rude to girls, that's not right. Yuandong patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. Ah, yes, Sun Wukong scratched his head as if he didn't understand. Obedient, go back to your house and sleep. Yuandong smiled. Yes, too. Sun Wukong nodded, obediently left the house, ran home and went to sleep by himself. Looking at the back of Sun Wukong's departure, Bulma was a little speechless for a while. Immediately afterwards, Bulma looked at Yuandong without blinking. What are you looking at me for? Yuandong asked with a smile. Saying that others are the first to do is the way to do it, how about you? You can't be rude to me. Bulma said. Don't worry, I said that I won't do anything excessive to you until I become truly invincible. Yuan Dong smiled and said, okay, you sleep by yourself, I'll go out and walk around. Quote. Where are you going? It was dark. Bulma asked. Walk around and get some understanding of the world first. Yuan Dong mused, I do feel that I don't know a lot of things. Quote. Forget it, it's whatever you want, but don't get lost. Bulma said, also, there should be many wild beasts in this deep mountain and old forest, so you must be careful. Quote. You're wrong, it's supposed to be them. Yuan Dong smiled. Well, I can't tell you enough. Bulma wiped her sweat. Night. Yuan Dong did not sleep. Yuan Dong flew into the sky and overlooked the land. Although it was nightfall, Yuan Dong's eyes could see clearly. Phew. Yuan Dong sped away in the direction of the light in the distance. It didn't take long for Yuan Dong to appear in a city. Yuan Dong entered the city's library and looked through the books inside to learn some information about the world. After reading a book in the evening, Yuan Dong also had some new understanding of the world. It turns out that this is how the world is. Let's hope it won't be destroyed in 8 years. Yuan Dong thought about it carefully, and he couldn't figure out that planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Because Yuan Dong heard Bardock talk about it. There seems to be a guy named Frieza, who is a little jealous of what Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods. So it's not good that this Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. After reading the book for a while, Yuan Dong went to the internet cafe to learn about some of the latest news. Yuan Dong also knew about internet cafes from books. After an evening passed, Yuan Dong's understanding of this world is already relatively thorough. Yuan Dong is no longer the little white he was before. When he went back, Yuan Dong changed a set of clothes for himself by the way. A set of the most common costumes of Earthlings. Bun Mountain. Bulma has been freshening up ever since she got up. The Monkey King was ready. Sun Wukong stepped forward and knocked on the door. Bulma came and opened the door. It's Goku. Bulma smiled. Okay, can we go find Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong asked 040 with some expectation. I haven't picked it up yet. Bulma said as she brushed her hair and asked, what about Yuan Dong? Quote. Isn't Big Brother sleeping with you? Monkey King scratched his head. Bulma. Ahem. How is that possible? He didn't sleep in the evening, said he was going out for a spin, didn't he come back? Bulma asked. I don't know. Sun Wukong shook his head. Isn't it supposed to be for the beast to eat? Bulma guessed. Really, what is a person walking around the mountains in the evening? Quote. Shall we wait until Big Brother comes back before we leave? Monkey King asked. Yes, wait for him. Bulma nodded. By the way, Goku, did you have breakfast? Quote. I ate it. Sun Wukong grinned. Eat wolf. Quote. Bulma wiped her sweat. There was a brief silence. I heard wolves crying yesterday night. Bulma nodded. Yes, it's this wolf, it's crying hard, so I caught it early in the morning and ate it. Sun Wukong smiled stupidly. Bulma stopped talking. What a poor wolf. But this kid is really powerful. By the way, Goku, how old are you? Bulma asked. Me, I'm 14. Sun Wukong counted with his fingers and replied. 14 years old. 14 heads to be so small. Bulma shook her head. Forget it, it doesn't matter, you are now an older child. As Yuan Dong said, you must know that there is a difference between men and women, and you must be polite to girls. Quote. Although I don't understand it very well, I seem to know the general meaning, but I can't do anything to you, right? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Yes, that's what it means. Bulma nodded. Huh, is this your meal? Monkey King sniffed and looked at the bread and coffee on Bulma's table. Would you like to try it? Bulma asked. It's not delicious to look at. Monkey King shook his head. You go out first, I'm going to change my clothes. Bulma Dao. Change your clothes, why do you want me to go out? Sun Wukong was stunned. But soon, Sun Wukong just patted his head, and suddenly thought of something. Understood, you can't even look at it. Sun Wukong said. Of course, after all, men and women don't look the same. Bulma nodded. Sun Wukong obediently left the house. Bulma closed the door and went to the bedroom to change. Well, I'll take advantage of this time to exercise and exercise. Sun Wukong said, stepping forward and punching a stone. Snap. Suddenly, the stone was cracked into several pieces at that time, into pieces of rubble. Goku, up. Yuan Dong stepped up from a distance and waved at Sun Wukong. Hi, good morning. Sun Wukong also waved hello. Get up so early to exercise. Yuan Dong smiled. Well, this is what my grandfather taught me, it's better to do morning exercise in the morning. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, grabbed a wooden stake again, and threw it in the air. Hey! Sun Wukong jumped up and punched the stake. Whoops! The stakes turned into firewood, fell from the air, and piled together. Stacked neatly. Remarkable. Yuan Dong nodded. Big brother, do you want to try it too? Monkey King asked. I can't do that. Yuan Dong shook his head slightly. It's okay, big brother, as long as big brother you exercise well, you will definitely become stronger. Sun Wukong grinned. I can only turn a stake into slag with one finger, and I can't chop wood like you. Yuan Dong smiled. Monkey King was a little confused. One finger turns a stake into slag. What do you mean? Yuan Dong walked to a wooden stake. Snap! Yuan Dong gently poked the wooden stake with his finger. Suddenly, this wooden stake directly turned into slag like soap bubbles. A gust of wind blew through, and the slag passed with the wind. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. We have different philosophies, and I cultivate to become stronger and become the most powerful existence in this universe. Yuan Dong smiled and said, your cultivation may be for chopping firewood, or for cooking on fire. Quote. Monkey King. Sun Wukong was completely stunned. After a short period of sluggishness, many small stars appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. Big brother, why are you so powerful? What was that trick you just made? Can you teach me? Sun Wukong quickly asked excitedly. That move just now is called sabotage. Yuan Dong smiled. Sabotage. Monkey King felt puzzled. Simply put, it is completely erased from 1 to 0, as long as you abandon all superfluous thoughts and devote yourself to destruction, you can comprehend it. Yuan Dong explained simply, of course, these are still difficult and difficult for you. Quote. I'll try it too. Sun Wukong ran over, also found a wooden stake, and poked it lightly with his finger. The stake has an extra fingerprint on it. The stakes have not changed much else. Nope, I still don't understand what do you mean by this erasure from 1 to 0, big brother. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Let's talk about it later. Yuan Dong smiled slightly, this also needs to be practiced through the extreme intention gong to have a better understanding of destruction. Quote. Extreme skill. The Monkey King began to look forward again. It's still too early to say this. After I sleep for another 8 years and reach true invincibility, if you are still alive, I will teach you the extreme skill. Yuan Dong patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sleep for 8 years. Sun Wukong's face was confused, and he seemed to understand whether he understood or not. Can you get stronger by sleeping? Crunch. At this time, Bulma opened the door and walked out of it. Yuan Dong, I thought you let the monster eat it. Bulma smiled. Well, this dress is good, it looks good. Yuan Dong commented, the skirt I wore yesterday was too short, and it was easy for people to have bad thoughts. Quote. Bulma pouted and snorted. Today Bulma wore a relatively smart outfit, not showing too long legs like yesterday. Where's the next Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong asked curiously, and his pupils were full of expectation. You can go out and see for a long time. You trampled on my car and had to use other means of transportation. Bulma said, pulling out a universal capsule from her pocket and throwing it out casually. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a sedan. Sun Wukong was startled again. Let's all get in the car. Bulma greeted. In the process of searching for Dragon Ball, Yuan Dong met several people of all kinds before and after. Mainly including Turtle Immortal, Leping and Oolong and so on. However, because of the existence of Yuan Dong, whether it is the Turtle Immortals, Leping, or even Oolong, they all behave modestly towards Bulma and do not do anything excessive. Yuan Dong was originally going to sleep, but suddenly felt that the process of finding the Dragon Ball was also quite interesting. And it's more interesting to meet these people. Yuan Dong felt that it was rare for him to meet such an interesting person, and there was nothing to sleep in the evening. Isn't there 8 years left? It's never too late to sleep after finding the Dragon Balls. Therefore, during this period, Yuan Dong accompanied Bulma to find the Dragon Ball during the day. At night, Yuan Dong entered the vast universe and explored in this universe. On this day, the sun set again at the location of Yuandong. After Bulma fell asleep, Yuandong soared into the air and entered the vast universe. Yuandong remembered that the dog demon and tiger demon once said that if you keep flying in a certain direction, you will reach a place called the Destruction God Realm. Listen to them, this universe is under the rule of the God of Destruction. Destroying the God Realm, Yuandong felt that he should not be able to find the Destruction God Realm. The place where the dog demon was punched back then has long been unknown. Yuandong doesn't have to sleep in the evening, and he is idle when he is idle. On this evening, Yuandong decided to fly in a certain direction and try all the time. See if there is an end to the universe. It took about an hour or so to fly. Yuandong appeared in a void environment. It's like chaos has just opened, there's nothing. Is this the end of the universe? Yuandong sighed. Yuandong suddenly felt that this universe was so small. Did you fly for only an hour to the end of the universe? Also, is this really the end of the universe? What Yuandong didn't know was that this was actually the boundary. Yuandong decided to enter this void to take a look. Phew, Yuandong flew directly into the void realm. Flew for a while more. Yuandong suddenly sensed that directly in front of him, there seemed to be a star field. The feeling to Yuandong, it seems to be another universe. Are there several in the universe? Phew, Yuandong accelerated his speed and quickly passed through the boundless realm and entered the universe he sensed. After coming to this universe, Yuandong was a little surprised for a while. This universe, the feeling and the universe in which the earth is located belong to a mirror relationship. It's like looking in a mirror. What is in the universe on that side of the earth, this universe basically has it. It's amazing. Yuandong increased his speed to the extreme and explored in this universe. Looking at the time, Yuandong found that it was almost dawn on the other side of the earth. Phew, Yuandong quickly returned, crossed the boundless realm again, and returned to the seventh universe. Not long after, Yuandong landed on Earth. The Earth has ushered in a new morning. Wunto accompanies Bulma to continue his search for Dragon Ball. And after nightfall, Yuandong once again flew into the starry sky, passed through a void realm, and appeared in the sixth universe. Yuandong thinks these two universes are so interesting. Mirror universe. However, Yuandong found that although the two universes belong to a mirror relationship, there are now many places that are different. For example, Yuandong also successfully found the Earth in the sixth universe. It's just that the Earth in the sixth universe is already shrouded in a scene of death. Yuandong looked carefully and found that the Earth in this universe seemed to have been destroyed because of a nuclear weapons war. All human beings are dead. Not only humans, but all living things have survived. Nuclear radiation has brought endless breath of death to this planet. However, Yuandong has nothing to sigh about. People who have slept for nearly 200 million years have long been accustomed to the changes in these star fields. Planet Paw. Elephant Paw suddenly sniffed and looked into the distance. Lord Shangpa, what's wrong with you? Bardos asked from the sidelines. It seems that a more familiar smell suddenly appeared. Shangpa sniffed hard again. Familiar taste. What is it? Bardos was stunned. I don't know. Right in that direction, Bardos, you can help me see. Shangpa pointed in a certain direction. Yes, Lord Elephant Paw. Bardos did not object, and the scepter in his hand emerged. The crystal ball on the scepter also began to explore in the direction of the sixth universe Earth. This is a Death Star. Bardos shook his head slightly after seeing the shape of the Earth. Let me see, Shangpa said quickly. Snap. Bardos followed the trend and projected the situation on the Earth and presented it to Shangpa. What planet is this? Elephant Paw asked. This place is called Earth, and it used to be a planet with a beautiful environment. Bardos said while switching the history of the Earth, and then analyzed, just about 100 years ago, there was a modern war on the planet, and something called nuclear weapons covered the entire planet, which led to the extinction of human beings and all living beings on the planet. Shangpa sniffed again. Is this planet what Lord Shangpa is looking for? Bardos asked. I don't know. It feels like it should be near this planet, and a more familiar smell has appeared. Shangpa frowned. This familiar taste. What exactly is it? What does Lord Pa mean by this familiar taste? Bardos asked again, is it human? Or living beings? Or is it a planet or something? Quote. I can't say it. Shangpa shook his head slightly. It may be a very distant memory. A very distant memory. Although Bardos is an angel, he still does not understand the meaning of the words of Pa. Is that all you can explore? Elephant Pa asked. Explore the neighborhood again. Quote. Okay, I'll try. Bardos nodded and controlled the scepter to launch an all-round exploration of the Earth in the sixth universe. About a minute or so, Yuandong's back appeared in the scepter. Someone, Bardos was slightly stunned. Oh, there are still humans on this planet. Quote. This person. Shangpa's pupils shrank sharply, and his expression became excited. This back is so familiar. Quick, see what he looks like. Shangpa hurriedly said to Bardos. Well, why is Lord Elephant so excited? Do you know this person? Bardos was stunned for a moment, looked at Shangpa and asked. Hurry up, don't be verbose, see what this person looks like. Elephant Pa is really excited. Is the owner still alive? Is it really the owner? The owner of this distant memory. Are you still alive? Okay, Bardos did not object, trying to show a positive image of Yuandong through the scepter. Sixth universe, Earth. Yuandong is exploring on Earth. Suddenly, Yuandong Cheng sensed as if something was looking at him. Can't say it. At this moment, Yuandong felt that his back was clearly seen by the other party. This feeling made Yuandong very uncomfortable. Moreover, through induction, Yuandong actually couldn't find the person who probed him. Snap. Yuandong frowned, and the energy on his body bloomed slightly. Planet Pa. Phew. The image projected by Bardos through the scepter immediately turned into snowflakes. Hey, Bardos, what does that mean? Shangpa was stunned. How do you turn into snowflakes? Strange, the signal is broken. Bardos was also slightly stunned, and his face changed color slightly. What do you mean? You this thing. Can the signal still be interrupted? Shangpa is about to cry. Is that the owner? You're giving me a face. I don't know exactly why. Maybe there is some strange energy reaction over there. It just happens to conflict with my angelic power. Bardos mused. You wouldn't mean to say that your angelic power was interrupted because of Earth's nuclear weapons, would you? Shangpa said with a dark face. Aha, it's possible. Bardos nodded. Stop kidding like this. How can it be? Shangpa shouted. Hey, Lord Shangpa seems to be in a hurry. If you can't go to the scene to take a look, it will take only 20 minutes to fly over. Bardos smiled. HMPH, let's go quickly. As Shangpa spoke, a purple-red flame of light appeared on his body. Okay, Bardos did not object. Snap. Bardos's body bloomed with a flame of light like a star. The next moment, Bardos's brilliant flames of light covered Shangpa's body. Phew. The two turned into a meteor and sped towards the location of the Earth. Earth in the sixth universe. That energy that explores me is gone. Yuandong muttered, and looked back and forth. Who the hell is snooping on me? Yuandong frowned. I didn't expect that my quasi-invincible state could be spied on. And I don't know who the other party is. This is a pain in the egg. After you go back, let's go to bed with Chi Dragon Ball. Sleep for another 8 years and come back to this place again. After I reached true invincibility, I still didn't believe I couldn't find the guy who was snooping on me. Phew. Yuandong soared into the sky, and soon flew to the end of the universe and entered the realm of nothingness. Yuandong crossed the boundless realm and returned to the seventh universe. Not long after Yuandong had just returned to the seventh universe. On the Earth of the sixth universe, Bardos and Elephant Pa also appeared above the Earth. Lord Shangpa, the person before was in that position. Bardos pointed to a spot on the ground at Elephant Pa. Elephant Pa looked over there and sniffed hard again. Lord Shangpa, you are a cat, you are not a dog. When did your nose become so smart? Bardos grinned. Got it, you practiced your nose with dogs, right? It's a pity that Doug has been dead for a long time. Less nonsense. What about that person? Shangpa hurriedly asked. Why can't you smell him? Quote. Maybe it's early. Bardos guessed. You see, even the scepter can't be detected. Quote. Aren't you going to go back in time? Elephant Pa asked. Just go back in time and see who he is. Quote. That would only be 3 minutes back. Bardos shook his head slightly. He's been gone for at least 20 minutes, probably he left when we just left. Quote. Shangpa was silent. Does Lord Elephant know him? Bardos asked. I don't know. Shangpa shook his head. Is it? Really don't know. Bardos apparently didn't believe it. Don't you know that you still run over like you saw your own father? If you don't show me the face, how do I know if it's the person I'm looking for? Shangpa said in a deep voice, I just think his back. It's like an old friend of mine. Old friend? Bardos was slightly startled and asked, is it an old friend of Lord Elephant Pa before he became the god of destruction? Quote. Perhaps. Elephant Pa shook his head, but it's unlikely. He may have been with the explosion of the planet where Beerus and I live. As Shangpa spoke, his eyes turned a little red. Probably not the owner, right? Is it that I miss the master too much, so I think that the back may be the owner? But how can it be the owner? It's been 100 million years. The owner survived the sun explosion. It's just that. 100 million years old. I'm afraid the owner has long died of old age. Do you say, is that the descendant of the owner? Could the owner have left a child on another planet? 373. Then, the child continued to multiply. To the current generation. Maybe. It's just that I think too much. Lord Shangpa, what's wrong with your eyes? Bardos asked. The eyes were red by nuclear radiation. Do you have an opinion? Elephant Pa snorted. It seems that the old friend of Lord Shangpa has a very good relationship with Lord Shangpa. Bardos smiled. Don't worry about it. Shangpa hummed, go back. Quote. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos nodded and did not object. 7th Universe, Earth. Yuandong returned to Earth near noon. Hey, Yuandong, what are you doing? Bulma sullen, don't you run around in the evening, we thought you were lost. Quote. Yes, I did run a little far. Yuandong smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Where have you been? Bulma asked. Bulma, you know what? There is a universe outside our universe, which is a mirror image relationship with our universe. Yuandong explained with a smile. What? Bulma was a little confused. What is this all mess? What is it that there is a universe beyond our universe? And these two universes are still mirror relationships. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I also discovered our Earth in that universe. But alas, that Earth was ruined by a large-scale war in which nuclear weapons broke out. Yuandong sighed. Nuclear weapons. That's a weapon from a long time ago. Bulma replied, you wouldn't have read some science fiction novel, would you? Quote. Forget it, I told you that you don't believe it, let's talk about it later. Yuandong shook his head and changed the topic, how is Dragon Ball looking for? Quote. There are 2 left, Bulma replied. Soon, it shouldn't be long before you can get together the Dragon Balls. Yuandong nodded. From this day onwards, Yuandong was a little more low-key. Yuandong did not run to other universes to explore around. The person who could spy on himself made Yuandong very unhappy in his heart. It's just that Yuandong doesn't know where she is, and he can't sense her presence at all. Of course, I don't know if the other party is male or female. But it doesn't matter. When I reach true invincibility, I will definitely find her. Another week or so passed. After suffering and suffering, Bulma and the others finally got together the Dragon Ball. There are not many opportunities for Yuandong to make a move this way, and most of the problems have been solved by Sun Wukong. As for Pilaf and his gang, they were also easily defeated because of Yuandong's presence. Finally got together. It's been a tough road. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground, endless anticipation on her face. Hey, can you really fulfill any wish? Oolong asked. That 2-star Dragon Ball has cracked, does it really matter? Quote. Just try it. Bulma wiped her sweat. You don't say that I forgot that the 2-star Dragon Ball has cracked. I'm already glued anyway. It seems that it can be fooled through. I'm looking forward to it. Sun Wukong grinned. And after saying this, Sun Wukong stepped on Leping under his feet again. Don't move, I originally thought you were fine, but I didn't expect to come and make trouble at a critical moment. Sun Wukong snorted. Leping, Pool has also been subdued. Originally, Leping and Pool behaved quite friendly. It's just that after Bulma and they got together the Dragon Ball, these 2 goods came up and grabbed it. Outcome, was severely beaten by Sun Wukong. Leping wanted to cry. I just want to fulfill my desire to meet beautiful girls without fear. Won't I be able to fulfill such a simple wish? Yuan-dong ignored these two guys. Yuan-dong's face was also a little expectant. Will there really be a dragon? Can Shenlong really grant any wish? Shenlong, come out and fulfill my wish, Bulma exclaimed. After saying this, Bulma's heartbeat also accelerated a lot. That cracked 2-star Dragon Ball, it won't be fine, right? Snap. The 7 Dragon Balls bloomed with golden light. Between the whiskers, golden light rose up into the sky, forming a golden pillar of light. The golden pillar of light soared into the sky for 90,000 li. The sky also suddenly darkened. No, it would have been night. But the light that blooms from the Dragon Balls seems to make the night sky darker. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon groan, a cyan dragon winds its way through the night sky. Yuan-dong was stunned. It's a spectacular sight. I didn't expect that the divine dragon really appeared. Leping and Pool, who were lying on the ground, also showed a shocked face. Is this the divine dragon? It's so big, Bulma exclaimed. It's so interesting. Sun Wukong was also very excited. People who gather together Dragon Ball, say your wish, no matter what your wish is, I can grant you. However, only one wish can be fulfilled. Shenlong's voice rang out. Is it true that any wish can be granted? Yuan-dong suddenly asked. Shenlong glanced towards Yuan-dong, and in the next moment, Shenlong seemed to have a picture in his mind. In this picture, it was this person who broke Super Dragon Ball with one punch. The Shenlong pupils shrank sharply, causing the dragon body to tremble violently. What about asking you? You are there too, you don't want to, right? Yuan-dong asked. Bulma, Oolong, one person and one pig were speechless. Did you say that about Shenlong? Do you really want to? Sun Wukong asked with some excitement, such a big dragon. How big is the, quote? Sun Wukong said and directly covered his nose. Bulma was speechless again. Is that the point? Leping also lay on the ground and couldn't stop wiping his sweat. I actually let such an idiot defeat me. All right. He is Son Gohan's grandson. There is nothing to be ashamed of being defeated by him. Shenlong, can I say wish? Bulma hurriedly said. Say it. Say your wishes, and I will do my best to fulfill any wish for you. Shenlong said quickly. You hurry up and say wishes. I'll grant you a wish, and I'll slip away right away. My wish is simple, I want a Prince Charming. Bulma grinned and looked at Shenlong Dao. Shenlong, her Prince Charming is me, don't you say? Yuan-dong spoke. Shenlong was just about to turn Bulma into a Prince Charming. However, after hearing Yuan-dong's words, Shenlong snorted again. That's right, he is your Prince Charming, your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenlong said this, snap, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls flashed with golden light. Immediately afterwards, the 7 Dragon Balls gathered high in the sky suddenly flew in all directions. Soon, the 7 Dragon Balls disappeared without a trace. Yuan-dong glanced at the 2-star Dragon Ball from a distance. It seems to be still cracked. It wasn't patched up. The sky gradually returned to tranquility. The few people present, except for Yuan-dong, were speechless. Bulma is about to cry. I went to such great lengths to find Dragon Ball. I finally put together the Dragon Balls. I asked Shenlong for a Prince Charming. As a result, Shenlong pointed to Yuan-dong beside me and said that he was my Prince Charming. I do know that Wundong is also the best candidate for Prince Charming. But your wish is too casual. You don't seem to have done anything. Look, what do I say? Didn't I say I am your Prince Charming? Yuan-dong smiled. I was really defeated by you. Bulma wiped her sweat and asked a little surprised, but then again, why do I feel that Shenlong is a little scared after seeing you? Quote. Maybe I'm afraid I'll beat him. Yuan-dong guessed. Bulma, Leping, Oolong, hey, we worked so hard to get together 7 Dragon Balls, I feel that none of our wishes have come true. Oolong said with a smile. Why didn't it happen? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Didn't Bulma find her Prince Charming? It's big brother Yuan-dong, this is what Shenlong said. That's right, quote. Bulma was speechless. Yuan-dong patted Sun Wukong's head. This little guy is really likable. 6th universe, like the planet Pa. Bardos, how's it going? Shangpa asked. No, that person didn't go to Earth again. Bardos looked at the earth through the crystal ball on the scepter and shook his head slightly. Forget it. Shangpa was a little disappointed. Lord Shangpa, do we still want to monitor the earth? Bardos asked. No thanks. Elephant Paw shook his head and asked, by the way, what about that guy from Beerus? Is he still sleeping? Quote. I don't know. Probably maybe. Bardos replied. I'm going to Beerus, do you want to go with me? Elephant Paw asked. I'm not going. Bardos shook his head slightly. Well, I'll go over by myself. Elephant Paw said just go. Phew. Shangpa turned into a purple-red flame of light and flew quickly towards the direction where the seventh universe was located. Seventh universe, Earth. After the wish is fulfilled. No, the wish is not actually fulfilled. Bulma made such a wish. As a result, Shenlong pointed to Yuandong and said that it was Prince Charming of Bulma. Then, Shenlong left. This made Bulma and the others present a little speechless. Leping and Pool also got up from the ground. The wish has been fulfilled, and these two guys have no crooked thoughts for the time being. After a moment of silence, everyone's minds gradually calmed down. Yuandong, what are your plans next? Bulma asked. Of course, I have to continue sleeping. After such a long delay, it is time to rest and rest. Yuandong smiled slightly. By the way, Bulma 1.1, you find me a suitable place to sleep, preferably the kind of place that is not disturbed. I plan to sleep for 8 years. Quote. Bulma. Leping showed a look of shock on the side. He said he was going to sleep for 8 years. You really dare to say it? Go to my house. My house is very big. Find you a house, you sleep hard in it. Bulma pouted. I still don't believe you can sleep for 8 years. Okay, then I'm welcome. Yuandong thought about it and did not object. Hey, Pool, what are you looking at? Oolong said to Pool, don't you think about it, didn't you just get beaten? Quote. Say what, Oolong? Pool snorted, I'm looking at the moon, you see the moon is so round tonight. Quote. Cut, what's so nice about the moon? Oolong shook his head. It's a full moon tonight, and I haven't seen such a full moon for a long time. Pool said. Full moon. On the night of the full moon, terrible monsters will appear. Sun Wukong suddenly interjected. You're telling the story of a werewolf, right? Bulma smiled and said, I heard that there is a kind of person who does turn into a wolf when the moon is full. Quote. There will really be monsters on the night of the full moon, and my grandfather was trampled to death by that monster. Sun Wukong said with a solemn expression. What, is that monster so scary? Leping was taken aback. That's Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan is an excellent martial artist. Was Sun Gohan trampled to death by a monster? No kidding. Really fake. Yuandong also looked at Sun Wukong with some curiosity. What monster? Yes, that monster destroyed our home and our trees. Monkey King said. What kind of thing is it? Oolong asked. I was asleep and didn't see it. Monkey King shook his head. The house has collapsed, how can you still sleep? Oolong was a little puzzled. Are you stupid? Quote. Grandpa often told me that you must not stare at the full moon. Sun Wukong thought thoughtfully. I thought it didn't matter if I looked at the moon. Hey, Yuandong, how do I feel a little wrong? Bulma suddenly had a bad premonition. Goku's parents did say the same thing. Yuandong nodded and said, it seems that they will turn into giant apes after seeing the moon. About tens of millions of years ago, they were still giant ape monsters, and after tens of millions of years of evolution, they finally evolved into humans. Quote. Bulma, what to say? Really fake. How do I hear you mean that Goku evolved from great apes? But Sun Wukong, this guy. It felt more and more that something was not quite right with him. I wonder if there are any monsters in the full moon here. Monkey King is still thinking about this. I'll change the question. On the evening day your grandfather was trampled to death, did you look at the moon? Bulma grabbed Yuandong's arm tightly and looked at Sun Wukong cautiously. Hee, Grandpa said not to let me see it, but I still accidentally glanced at it while peeing. Sun Wukong grinned. Hey, I suddenly think this kid has an extraordinary background. Leping's face changed color in fright. There won't really be monsters, will they? Oolong also shook his whole body. Wouldn't it be clear to let him see the moon? Yuandong smiled. Yes, it seems to be so. Leping nodded. No, if a monster really appears, are we in danger? Bulma wiped her sweat. It's okay, there's me. Yuan Dong smiled. He can trample Son Gohan to death. Do you think you are better than Son Gohan? Leping said quickly. Yes, it's a lot better. Yuan Dong nodded. Leping. 12. You're really confident. Goku, you still don't want to look at the moon. Bulma pointed to the full moon in the sky. Why take this risk? Wouldn't it be okay not to let him see the moon? Sun Wukong immediately turned his head to look at the moon in the sky. Above the sky, a full moon hangs in the night sky. It's exceptionally bright at this moment. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank. Wow, Bulma was frightened and hurriedly hid behind Yuandong. You won't really become a monster, will you? Yuandong was speechless. You don't let him look at the moon, and you still point to it. Hey, saw it again. Sun Wukong turned around and smiled stupidly. Hey, Bulma showed half of her head and looked in the direction of Sun Wukong. Hey, Goku, are you alright? Oolong asked. What? It's okay, what's wrong? Sun Wukong asked rhetorically. Oolong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be okay. I'm scared to death by what you said, Yuandong. Bulma also let out a long breath. Don't say it, maybe you'll be scared to death later. Yuandong said with a smile. What? Bulma was stunned. Duh. At this moment, a bolt of lightning seemed to cross Sun Wukong's mind. Sun Wukong's heartbeat also immediately became stronger. And Sun Wukong's heartbeat is getting faster and faster. When he looked at it again, Sun Wukong's eyes turned red. Hey, Goku, what's wrong with you? Oolong's face changed color. Hey, Sun Wukong's body suddenly swelled, and his pupils became red and red. Ah, Bulma hugged Yuandong tightly in fear. It's terrible. Snap. When I looked again, I saw that Sun Wukong's sharp fangs had been exposed. Even, in the blink of an eye, the black hair on Sun Wukong's body grew outward. Soon, Sun Wukong turned into a black gorilla. Roar. After Sun Wukong turned into a giant ape, he let out a roar and beat his chest with both fists. It's really transformed, it's interesting. Yuandong feels so strange. It can still be like this. It seems that you can transform when you meet the moon. Well, the full moon. The full moon will do. What is interesting? He's all like this, get out of here. Bulma shouted. It's okay, he can't hurt me. Yuandong smiled. Run. Leping grabbed Pool and rushed into the distance. Bang. Sun Wukong stepped towards Leping with his big foot. Leping hurriedly grabbed Pool and rolled the ground, only to avoid Sun Wukong's kick. Sun Wukong continued to step on Leping. Leping was almost desperate. How did you catch me stepping on it alone? You're going to step on Yuandong. Hey, Leping, isn't that guy's tail a weakness? Do you say that cutting off his tail will be restored? Pool asked suddenly. You seem to have some truth in saying that. Leping's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly got under Sun Wukong's crotch, appeared behind him, and hugged Sun Wukong's tail. Sun Wukong suddenly lost his strength. Pool, hurry up and turn into scissors and cut off his tail. Leping shouted. Snap. Pool turned into a pair of scissors at that time and cut it on Sun Wukong's tail at once. Click. Sun Wukong's tail is broken. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body shrank rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the Monkey King returned to its original size. Yuandong stepped forward and pointed his hand at Sun Wukong's body. Snap. The energy in Yuandong's hand bloomed, directly covering Sun Wukong's body. Ah! A brand new set of clothes appeared on Sun Wukong's body. Oolong's eyes widened on the side. Huh, how did this dress come about? Oolong froze. What are you doing with a pig? Yuandong said with a smile. Oolong, will it talk well, but in the end, there is no danger. Are you all right? Bulma was equally relieved. Seventh universe, among the stars. A purple-red flame of light traveled rapidly in this sea of stars. The man who marched was none other than the destruction god of the sixth universe, Champa. When Champa appeared in the seventh universe, he did not smell the breath of Yuandong. Because there are almost no energy fluctuations on Yuandong's body. Last time I went to the Earth of the sixth universe, Yuandong flew over at an accelerated speed, and his body emitted a lot of energy. That energy was smelled by Elephant Paw. The very distant memory also reminded Champa of the past. Phew. Champa streaked a straight line in the starry sky and flew straight to the destruction god realm of the seventh universe. I don't know how long I flew, but Shangpa finally came to the planet Beerus in the 7th universe. Oh, isn't this Lord Elephant Paw? Vase greeted. What about that guy Beerus? Is he still sleeping? Shangpa asked. Yes, still asleep there. Weiss nodded. I can really sleep. I'll go see him, Elephant Paw said, walking straight towards the castle of Beerus. Okay. Weiss did not object. Elephant Paw soon entered the castle. A certain bedroom in the castle. Beerus was sleeping on all fours. Hey, Beerus, wake up. Elephant Paw walked to the bed where Beerus was and greeted Beerus. Beerus didn't mean to wake up. You guy, you can really sleep. Elephant Paw sighed. Beerus still didn't wake up. Snap. Elephant Paw slapped Beerus in the face a few times. Beerus, however, was unconscious. I really can't help you. Why are you the same as the master? How can you not wake up? Elephant Paw sighed. Beerus still didn't react, as if he was sleeping deeply. Hey, do you know? I suddenly smelled a familiar smell today. It seems to be the owner. It may also be the descendants of the master, guessed Shangpa. Beerus did not respond. When you wake up, let's find that person. If it is really the descendant of the master, we will cultivate him well. Quote. Beerus rolled over and turned his head inside. Shangpa. You sleep so soundly, Elephant Paw Tooth, forget it, wait until you wake up. Quote. After Elephant Paw finished speaking, he turned and left the room. This guy, what a sleep. It seems that he can't count on it. I'd better go find the descendants of the master myself. Maybe I'll find it. Shangpa slowly walked out of the castle. How about Lord Paw? Lord Beerus didn't wake up, did he? Weiss asked. Yes, I can't wake up, this guy can really sleep. Shangpa nodded. He's been sleeping for 12 years. Weiss smiled and said, but compared to before, these 12 years are relatively short, and I used to sleep for hundreds of years. Quote. Forget it, I should go back too. Shangpa said a little helplessly. No more playing, Weiss asked. Gee, nothing fun, I'm leaving. As Shangpa said, he had already flown into the sky, and the purple-red light on his body bloomed. Well, see you then, Lord Elephantpa. Vase waved at the elephant. Shangpa streaked a purple-red flame of light in the air and quickly left the god of destruction realm. Shangpa's front foot had just left, but the prophetic fish appeared beside Weiss. Weiss, what is this guy doing here? Prophecy Fish asked. Maybe I missed Lord Beerus, come and see him, they are brothers after all. Weiss explained with a smile. Recently I had a prophecy. Soon, a very powerful god will be born. The prophecy fish muttered. How powerful is it? Vase asked. I don't know, maybe it's stronger than the god of destruction, the prophecy fish guessed, or maybe it's stronger than the angel. Quote. Your prophecy never came true anyway. Weiss smiled, not taking it seriously. Weiss, I heard that about 90 million years ago, someone blew up the god of destruction in the 2nd universe with one punch. Prophecy Fishway. It did happen. Weiss nodded, but did not deny it, but at that time, the universe had just been divided not long ago, and the Lord Destroyer had just taken over, and the strength of these Lord Destroyer was the first stage. After nearly 100 million years of growth, their current strength has greatly improved, and now most of the destruction gods have grown to the 3rd stage, or even the 4th stage. Quote. Do you mean that the strength of the guy who broke the God Destroyer back then is at most the 2nd stage of the God of Destruction? Prophecy Fish asked 063. That's right, it can be understood this way, so basically I didn't take this matter too seriously. Vase nodded slightly. That's how it is. The Prophecy Fish understood. The very powerful god that you prophesied was born, right? Weiss asked with a smile. Prophecy Fish. The Prophecy Fish felt that he was not confident by what the guy Weiss said. I don't know if it's accurate, but that's my prophecy anyway. By the way, this god I prophesied, you may become the most powerful god. The Prophecy Fish added again. Prophecy Fish, you better wash and sleep early. Veshaha smiled, the strongest god is the great priest, and no god is more powerful than him. Quote. Although I also know this. But my prediction, I think it's better for you to pay attention to it. The Prophecy Fish instructed. How do you want me to pay attention? The problem is that your prophecy almost never comes true. Vase shook his head. The Prophecy Fish doesn't want to talk anymore. I feel that my prediction this time should be accurate. If the most powerful god is really born, will the whole universe change another day? The prophecy fish sighed. I've already said what should have been said anyway, believe it or not. Earth. After Sun Wukong recovered from the giant ape, he fell into a deep sleep. After a night of tossing, the sun gradually rose the next morning. It's dawn, Li Ping sighed. Who the hell is this guy? Is it aliens? Oolong asked. Maybe, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Let's not tell him that he trampled his grandfather to death. Quote. You're right, Yuan Dong nodded. As he spoke, Sun Wukong yawned and woke up. Good morning, Oolong waved at Sun Wukong. Good morning, hey, hey. Sun Wukong smirked and waved his hand as well. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong got up. Huh, what happened? Is there a typhoon here? What's the mess? Sun Wukong asked a little stunned. Have you forgotten everything that happened yesterday? Leping asked. What? Monkey King scratched his head. Forget it. Leping shook his head, not meaning to continue. Snap. Sun Wukong suddenly sat down on the ground. What's wrong with you? Oolong was stunned. Suddenly a little unsteady on my feet, I don't know what's going on. Sun Wukong scratched his head a little confused. The tail is off, your body is temporarily out of balance, but it will adapt quickly. Yuan Dong smiled slightly. Tail. Sun Wukong was taken aback, and immediately touched the tail behind him, and sure enough, it was gone. Never mind, if you don't see it, it's gone. So, we should go back to Goku. What are your plans next? Do you want to follow me and Yuan Dong to live in the city? Bulma asked. I'm going to find Grandpa Turtle Immortal to learn more skills. Sun Wukong grinned and looked at Yuan Dong again. Big brother, it's been 8 years later. Quote. Well, only if you survive. Yuan Dong nodded. Good. Sun Wukong replied. Say what? Bulma was stunned for a moment. Nothing. If Goku is still alive, I decided to teach him a very powerful exercise. Yuan Dong smiled. In fact, this exercise is average. But it's better than if you were practicing here now. There is a contrast to the reasons for saying that it is powerful. Of course not as strong as my invincibility. But invincibility takes too long. But, how are we going to get back to town? The capsules were lost. Bulma sighed. Isn't it too far to walk back? Quote. Leping. Hey, I have airplane universal capsules. But I won't give it to you. I'll take it out and use it after you're gone. Besides, I basically don't need it. I'll just find a place to make a home then. Fly back, Yuan Dong said, and flew into the sky with Bulma in his arms at that time. Everyone present was stunned one by one, their eyes widened, and they looked at Yuan Dong who flew into the sky. Although Sun Wukong was also surprised, he was quickly relieved. I knew it. I have long felt that Big Brother is very strong. I didn't expect it to be like this. Big Brother can fly. Can you fly? Bulma exclaimed. Yes, Yuan Dong nodded. No kidding. If you can fly, what do you do early? Bulma wiped her sweat. Wouldn't it be more convenient to find the Dragon Balls this way? Quote. If you don't go through tribulation, even if you find Dragon Ball, you won't cherish it. Yuan Dong smiled. Come less. The abominable divine dragon ran away without fulfilling any wishes. Bulma glared. Let's go back. You show the direction, I'll take you home. Yuan Dong smiled slightly. Hey, what about me? What about me? Oolong shouted below. Phew, it's just that Yuan Dong has already flown away. Oolong, don't leave me behind. I also want to follow you around the city. After Yuan Dong returned to the Universal Capsule group with Bulma, he ate a good meal under Bulma's arrangement. Bulma then found a house for Yuan Dong and let him sleep in it. I'm probably going to sleep for 8 years, and during the time I'm sleeping, my breathing will be very slow and my heart will be beating too. Maybe it's a minute beating, of course I don't know very well, after all, I fell asleep. Yuan Dong said to Bulma, in addition, after I fall asleep, my body will not be harmed no matter what, so if you really encounter any danger, just hide behind me. Quote. It's like it's true. Bulma wiped her sweat. Okay, see you in 8 years. Yuan Dong lay down on the bed. Bulma. There was a brief silence. Do you sleep in your clothes? Bulma was stunned and asked, how uncomfortable is that? Quote. It's not my clothes, it's just what I condensed through energy. Yuan Dong smiled. What do you mean? Bulma didn't understand. It's not important, I'll brew it first and see when I can fall asleep. Yuan Dong Dao. After speaking, Yuan Dong also began to fall asleep. After Yuan Dong saw Bulma, he never slept again. I wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. Now Yuan Dong does not dare to guarantee whether he can fall asleep immediately like before. But not to mention, the bed that Bulma got herself is still very comfortable. It can be said that this is the first time that Yuan Dong has slept in bed. This time, Yuan Dong quickly went to sleep. Maybe it's because I haven't slept for nearly 2 months. Hey, are you asleep? Bulma was busy for a while, came to the room and looked at Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong did not react at all. No, really asleep. Bulma stepped forward and patted Yuan Dong's face. Yuan Dong still didn't react in the slightest. Wow, click, click. You look so cute when you sleep. Bulma grinned, teased Yuan Dong for a while and left. Bulma naively thought that Yuan Dong would wake up after just one sleep. It's just that Yuan Dong slept for a long time. A week later, Bulma came to Yuan Dong's room again. Bulma, you've been sleeping for 8 years. Bulma genuinely felt speechless. And it's still the type that can't wake up no matter how you call it. Fortunately, Yuan Dong told Bulma before he went to sleep that his heartbeat would be very slow after falling asleep. Otherwise, Bulma really thought he was dead. It's just that, you say you call this a heartbeat every 1 minute. How I feel that it's good to jump once in 10 minutes. I really don't know how you survived. Time passed day by day. 13 years later, Yuan Dong said that he was going to sleep for 8 years. In fact, the 8 years mentioned here are calculated according to the years of Yuan Dong on the previous continent. According to the current Earth's algorithm, 13 years have passed. Bulma was speechless. Didn't you say that you will wake up after 8 years of sleep? Hello, how long have you been sleeping? Bulma felt speechless. On this day, Yuan Dong finally woke up. Yuan Dong opened his eyes, stretched out, and slowly walked down from the bed. Yuan Dong looked around. I was still in the small house where I slept before. And the house was clean. It seems that not much has changed over the years. Yuan Dong. At this time, Bulma came to the room and saw the awakened Yuan Dong, and her beautiful eyes widened at that time, revealing a shocked face. Are you, Bulma? Yuan Dong was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Bulma. Why are you a little old if you haven't seen you for 8 years? Quote. Bulma, who do you say is old? Bulma huffed and glared at Yuan Dong. Not old, not as youthful and energetic as before. Yuan Dong sighed slightly. Say what? Bulma clenched her fists angrily, wanting to beat Yuan Dong, and immediately said with a black face, you are still embarrassed to say, you said that you would sleep for 8 years, and as a result, how many years did you sleep? Quote. How many years? Yuan Dong asked. Exactly 13 years. Bulma snorted. 13 years. Yuan Dong walked to the window, looked up at the sky, and nodded gently. I know, the 8 years I said are calculated according to my previous almanac, and if converted to this side, it is 13 years, and there is nothing to entangle. Quote. Bulma. There was a brief silence. So have you slept until you were invincible? Bulma asked again. Well, it's evolving towards invincibility. Yuan Dong nodded slightly. Snap. The next moment, Yuan Dong directly shattered his clothes. In fact, it is not for your own clothes. These clothes themselves were condensed by Yuan Dong through energy. Yuan Dong walked unhurriedly to the opposite side of the mirror and silently looked at his body. Yuan Dong felt it. My body is changing a lot. This is also the reason why Yuan Dong removed the clothes on his body. Bulma. Hey, are you an exhibitionist? Bulma immediately turned around. Yuan Dong ignored it, but looked at himself in the mirror. I saw that my body was undergoing tremendous changes. The whole body became crystal clear. And, it became flawless. Bulma had already turned away from looking at Yuan Dong. However, Bulma was still somewhat curious and quietly glanced back. At this glance, Bulma was almost stunned. This guy. Is he in such a good shape? Also, his body. Hey, you're glowing, Bulma exclaimed. Yes, it may be evolving towards true invincibility. Yuan Dong nodded. Snap. The next moment, I saw a dazzling light blooming on Yuan Dong's body. Flames of light as bright as stars quickly covered Yuan Dong's body. These brilliant flames of light soon converged into Yuandong's body, changing Yuandong's body structure. What's that? Bulma's eyes widened, revealing a look of bewilderment. Another minute or so passed. Yuandong's physical changes finally returned to calm. At the same time, Yuandong also returned to its original appearance. Yuandong took a deep breath. Yuandong looked at his body silently. On the surface, it seems that little has changed from before. But it became more perfect. Moreover, Yuandong could clearly sense that his body strength did not know how many times it was before. Yuandong is already very strong in his quasi-invincible state. Now that he has evolved into a true invincibility, Yuandong feels that he can destroy this universe with just one punch if he wants. Is this invincibility? Since I can destroy this universe with one punch. So, the boundless continent that once gave birth to me and raised me. Was it destroyed by a punch? Yuandong thought a little too much for a while. Hey, stop being narcissistic. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Bulma exclaimed. Snap. The energy on Yuandong's body flickered, and a set of ordinary clothes of Earthlings was attached to his body. Bulma, thank you for taking care of you for more than 10 years. Yuandong smiled back at Bulma. Nothing. A lot has happened in the past 10 years. Bulma said. Are you almost 30 years old in this way? Yuandong muttered. Bulma, can you not say it so bluntly? Bulma huffed. Who is almost 30 years old? Bulma thought about her age. It seems like it's really almost 30. Well, if you bring the imaginary age, it is 30 years old. I don't want to be faint. Before I know it, I'm already a 30-year-old woman. Bulma looked at Yuandong carefully. Bulma found that Yuandong's appearance had not changed a little. There is not a trace of aging. The face is not wrinkled. Although Bulma is also very well maintained, she obviously feels that she is not as youthful and energetic as when she was 16 years old. Oh, yes, 30 years old. Time flies. Bulma, take my hand. Yuandong smiled and stretched out his hand. What? Don't do it. Bulma pouted. Take my hand, I'll surprise you. Yuandong said with a smile. What surprise? Bulma was stunned. After a brief hesitation, Bulma stepped forward and took Yuandong's hand. After Yuandong came into contact with Bulma's hand, the energy in his hand surged and quickly covered Bulma's body. Suddenly, Bulma's body also changed immediately. Soon, Bulma also regained her youthful vitality at the age of 16. This. Bulma felt her body change, and was stunned for a moment. Good, it looks good now. Yuandong smiled. How did you do it? Bulma was stunned, and looked at herself in the mirror, a little unable to believe this fact. If you want to do it, you can do it. Yuandong said with a smile. You really can. Bulma didn't know what to say, and at the same time she was silent in the joy of regaining her youth. What has happened all these years? Is Goku who is looking for Dragon Ball with us still alive? Yuandong asked. Well, he's still alive, and he was married 5 years ago. Bulma Dao. Is it? Time flies fast enough. Yuandong sighed. When I saw him, he was just a little brat, and now he is married. Only you think time flies quickly. Bulma hummed. Really, sleep for 13 years. It is also said that the algorithm of time is not the same. I don't know what to say about you. Since you're awake, let's visit your parents first. Yuandong Dao. Bulma nodded and did not object. Yuandong, are you awake? You can really sleep, you have slept for 13 years. Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, held up his glasses and looked at Yuandong with some surprise. People who don't know still think that you are in a vegetative state. Ha, Yuandong, are you finally awake? Bulma's mother, Brigini, also walked out and looked at Yuandong. If you don't wake up again, Bulma may be widowed. Mom, what nonsense. Bulma huffed. Hee, Bulma is angry. Hey, strange. Why do I feel like Bulma is getting younger? Bridget rubbed her eyes and looked at Bulma again. Bulma showed a smug look. Yes, Bulma seems to be really getting younger. Dr. Brives held up his glasses again, looked at his daughter carefully, and said thoughtfully, Understood. Bulma, did you secretly find Dragon Ball to fulfill your wish and restore your youth? Would I do something that boring? Bulma said angrily. By the way, when are you getting married? Bridget asked. Since Yuandong has woken up, it's time to set the wedding early. Quote. Mom, I haven't promised to marry him yet, can you not make random arrangements for others? Bulma's chest rose and fell. You are my real parents. Are you afraid that I won't be able to marry? I look so good, I can't get married. Yuandong, let's go. Bulma pulled Yuandong and walked out. If I knew it, I wouldn't tell my parents about Yuandong's awakening. Bulma, your parents are right, it's time to set a date to get married. Yuandong smiled. I'll talk about it later. Besides, you haven't proposed yet. Bulma snorted. Marriage proposal, is it the way to get down on one knee and offer the ring? Yuandong asked. That's right. Bulma nodded. Then don't think about it. Yuandong shook his head. Bulma was stunned. I can't kneel to anyone. Yuandong replied seriously. Bulma, you hate it. Bulma huffed. Then how can it be called kneeling? That's just a formality. It really won't please girls. Forget it, don't worry about you. Before you wake up, I have already said hello to the old guy of the Turtle Immortal and want to go to play with them. Bulma turned to Yuandong. Do you want to come with me? Quote. Okay, since you're awake, let's go out and breathe. Yuandong nodded and did not object. Snap. Bulma casually threw out a universal capsule. Bang. The universal capsule turned into a helicopter. What plane? Just fly straight over. Yuandong shook his head. It just so happens that I also want to see how fast my speed is. Quote. Okay. Bulma withdrew the helicopter and pointed north. Fly in that direction. There is an island in the depths of the sea, which is the home of the Turtle Immortals. Quote. Yuandong directly held Bulma and flew into the sky, and flew into the distance in the direction pointed by Bulma. By the way, you still remember that guy from the Turtle Immortal, right? It was he who gave us a Dragon Ball and gave it back to Goku. Bulma asked in the sky. 530. Remember, there are impressions. Yuandong nodded. Later, he also extinguished the flames of the Flame Mountain through a special energy. Quote. Yes, that's him. Bulma replied. Goku practiced with him for a while after that, and also participated in several world's first martial arts conferences. Quote. The world's first martial arts conference. It seems interesting to hear this name. Yuandong mused. It is that all the strong people in the world participate in the competition in the form of a ring. Bulma explained simply. Goku has participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference 3 times in total, winning the runner-up in the first 2 times, and finally winning the championship the 3rd time. Quote. This way. Yuandong nodded. Now Goku is already the most powerful person on this planet. Bulma smiled and said, maybe it's stronger than you. However, Goku doesn't seem to be able to fly yet. Quote. Is there already anyone on Earth who can fly besides me? Yuandong asked. Yes, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings will have a skill called Dancing Void Technique, which can fly into the sky. Bulma nodded. I'll meet them when I have time. Yuandong Yingdao. As he spoke, Yuandong had already appeared in the sky above the island where the Turtle Immortals were located with Bulma. Is that the island? Yuandong pointed to the island below. That's right, that's the one. If I come by plane, it will take at least 20 minutes. Quote. Let's go down. Yuandong said that he took Bulma from the sky and landed on this small island. Bulma stepped forward and opened the door. Hey, long time. Bulma waved at the Turtle Fairy and Klin in the room. Ah, it's Miss Bulma. Klin was also pleasantly surprised. You came so fast, it didn't take long to come over just after the call. The Turtle Immortal smiled. Look, who's coming? Bulma pointed to Yuandong behind her. Klin looked towards Yuandong, revealing a confused look. The Turtle Immortals also couldn't remember Yuandong's appearance a little. After all, 13 years have passed. The Turtle Immortal and Yuandong have only met 2 sides, and they are not very impressed by him. Hello too, I'm Yuandong. Yuandong smiled and said, I am Bulma's future husband. Quote. Klin's eyes widened. Bulma's future husband. The Turtle Immortal also looked at Yuandong thoughtfully. The little memory of Yuandong that once came to mind was also remembered by the Turtle Immortals. I see. You won't be the Yuandong who said he would sleep for 8 years, would you? The Turtle Immortal's eyes lit up and suddenly realized. That's right, it's me. Yuandong nodded. You can really sleep. Do you call this hibernation? The Turtle Immortal wiped his sweat. Also, counting the time, you seem to have slept for more than 8 years, more than 10 years, right? Quote. It's been 13 years. Bulma sighed. The 8 years he said were counted according to his own calendar. Turtle immortal. It turns out that time has passed really fast. 13 years have passed. Bulma, you are almost 30 years old. The turtle immortal said with a smile. However, the turtle immortal smiled, and the smile gradually solidified. No, no, no. Bulma, how did you get younger? The turtle immortal was stunned. I remember that last time at the first martial arts conference in the world, you were not so young. Quote. In the past 5 years, Bulma will not secretly find the Dragon Ball and ask the dragon to let her regain her youth. Klin said with a smile. Come less. Will I be that boring? Bulma snorted. Hello, I'm Klin, meeting for the first time. Klin stepped forward and said to Yuan Dong, you don't have to be restrained, we have a good relationship. Quote. What about your nose? Yuan Dong asked. Klin. Will there be chat? Will there be chat? You come up and ask people's noses. You're too shameless. Klin doesn't seem to have a nose. Bulma said with a smile. What a strange human being. Yuan Dong sighed. Klin was about to cry. I don't know where my nose went. You guys are going too far. Don't talk about my nose like that. Hey, hey. At this moment, only a voice was heard outside. Huh. Bulma was slightly stunned and turned her head to look out the door. It's Goku's voice. Klin was a little excited. The next moment, Yuan Dong and the others walked out of the room. Yuan Dong saw the Monkey King, who had grown up at a glance. In addition to Sun Wukong, he also holds a small child in his arms. The child has a long tail behind him. You've grown up, Kakarot. Yuan Dong greeted. You and your father look almost exactly the same. Quote. Huh, who are you? Sun Wukong was stunned and scratched his head to look at Yuan Dong. Hey, Bulma, what is he talking about? Klin asked Bulma. Ahem, that, Yuan Dong said that Goku is an alien, as for which planet came from, I can't remember exactly. Bulma shook her head. What are you kidding, is Goku an alien? Klin didn't believe it. You are. Sun Wukong didn't remember Yuan Dong very much anymore. After all, such a long time has passed. Goku, he's Yuan Dong, don't you remember? Bulma introduced with a smile. Huh, are you Yuan Dong? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment and immediately came back to his senses. Have you woken up already? Quote. Yes, how are you all these years? Yuan Dong nodded. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Monkey King BCCH scratched his head and smiled. You can really sleep. You've slept for more than 8 years, right? Quote. 8 years according to my calendar, 13 years according to your algorithm. Yuan Dong explained. Well, none of this matters. Quote. Haha, I originally said that after 8 years, I want to learn something from you. Sun Wukong thought of the past and said to Yuan Dong, is it still time to learn now? Quote. What is extreme skill? Klin asked. It's time, it's easy to work mainly on your talent. Yuan Dong said, looking at Sun Wukong up and down, frowned, shook his head, and said, after more than 10 years, your strength seems to have increased. Quote. Klin, Turtle Immortal, you actually said that Goku's strength has increased in general. He is now the most powerful being in this world. It can be said that now Goku has no problem walking sideways on Earth. Do you still say that his increase in strength is average? Is it just average? Sun Wukong was also stunned. Let's not talk about these strength things. What makes me most curious is the child in your arms. Bulma diverted the topic and said to Sun Wukong. Are you helping someone watch the child? Goku, Klin asked. This is my son. Sun Wukong smiled. Huh, Bulma was stunned. Klin was dumbfounded. The Turtle Immortal was taken aback. Even Yuan Dong was a little surprised. When I got asleep, this little fart child who didn't understand anything had a son. Pity me, and I'm still talking about a virgin. Yuan Dong sighed. Now I'm invincible. My plan for the 3 houses and 6 courtyards will also begin to be implemented. 6th universe, like the planet Pa. Lord Shangpa, are you still looking for that old friend of yours after all these years? Bardos sighed. Bardos, where exactly do you say that man went? Shangpa frowned. Why has there been no news at all for so many years? Quote. I don't know. Bardos shook his head. In fact, it may be the descendant of my old friend, my old friend is very good to me. If I can really find his descendant, I want to help him. Elephant Paw said to Bardos. I'll keep an eye out. Bardos nodded. You said this more than 10 years ago. Elephant Paw huffed. I've been paying attention, but he really hasn't reappeared on Earth. Bardos replied, you know, even if we angels want to explore the entire universe, it is a very troublesome thing. We can't explore everyone. Quote. Shangpa stopped talking. After more than 10 years of searching, there is no clue. Maybe I was really wrong at the time. After a moment of silence. Beerus, this guy, isn't it still sleeping, like a potooth? Yes, the news from Vase is that Lord Beerus is indeed still sleeping. Bardos nodded slightly. This guy, how long the hell is he going to sleep? Shangpa's face was helpless. Beerus, you fellow, you can sleep better than the master. The hosts are not as good at sleeping as you. Shangpa shook his head. But then Elephant Paw picked up his spirits again. I must find the descendants of the master. It is also not in vain that the master taught us. Shangpa, who had become the god of destruction, now clearly knew. Not the words of the owner Yuandong. Then Beerus and I could not be brought back by the high priest. Without the owner Yuandong, we cannot become small animals with very spiritual nature. We can only be regarded as two ordinary cats, even if we can escape the hunt of other animals on that planet. But one day, because of the explosion of the sun on that planet, we will become the dust of the universe. Drinking water and thinking about the source, this truth is still very clear to Pa. Moreover, Shangpa actually misses his master Yuandong very much. That time engraved in his bones made Shangpa remember it vividly. Now, Elephant Paw feels that all he can do is find the descendants of his master and nurture him well. Even if you train him as the next god of destruction. Even if it's not a god of destruction, it's good to be a god of the star field. No matter how bad it is also the god of the planet. Shangpa looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. Master, you know what? Your mound has become the greatest god of destruction in this universe. 7th universe, Earth, Kamezan Island. Hey, hello to everyone. Sun Wukong put his son off his body. Hello, Sun Gohan said obediently, a little afraid of life. Hello, Bulma nodded. His name is Sun Gohan. Monkey King explained. Sun Gohan, isn't that the name of your dead grandfather? Yuandong was stunned for a moment and asked. Yes, I gave my son this name in honor of my grandfather. Sun Wukong replied with a cheerful expression. Yuandong. Yuandong didn't know what to say. You are so talented. In honor of your grandfather, give your son your grandfather's name. All right, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, the person named Sun Gohan is not your own grandfather. Sun Gohan, how old are you? Bulma crouched down and looked at Sun Gohan and asked. I'm 4 years old. Sun Gohan stretched out 4 fingers. Goku, you are really a good godson, he knows how to be polite. Bulma touched Sun Gohan's head. These are all disciplined by Kiki. Sun Wukong replied. Huh, is that a tail? Bulma suddenly noticed the tail behind Sun Gohan. Yes, exactly like I used to, right? Sun Wukong laughed. By the way, isn't this kid's behavior sometimes strange? Bulma asked. What do you mean? Monkey King asked. For example, on a full moon night. Will there be any changes in HIT? The Turtle Immortal asked. Full moon night, we went to bed very early. Sun Wukong replied, why do you ask that? Quote. Nothing, you don't have to care about these details. The Turtle Immortal laughed. Since Goku doesn't know, let him never know. Hey, Goku, is this kid as strong as you? Klin asked. Maybe, I also think he has good talent, but Kiki won't let me train him. Sun Wukong shook his head, a little distressed. Why, isn't that a pity? Klin asked. I also think it's a pity. Sun Wukong nodded. Kiki said that the world is already peaceful, and there is no need to cultivate. The future is the time to learn culture. She seems to have a point in saying this, but she always feels a bit of a pity. Quote. Ha ha ha, that naughty little girl is actually an educational mother. The Turtle Immortal laughed. But then again, Yuandong, can Gohan practice that extreme intention gong you mentioned? Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Yuandong. Yes, even cats can cultivate, let alone people. Yuandong nodded. Do you want your son to practice extreme intention gong? Quote, I had this idea, but I had to find a way to get Kiki's permission. Sun Wukong dragged his chin in thought. You have to think about it. My extreme skill is only taught to one of your father and son, one learns, and the other is not allowed to learn. Yuan Dong said solemnly, although this technique is average, I don't want it to become a rotten street. Quote, understood, let Gohan learn if you can. Sun Wukong replied. Feel free. Yuan Dong nodded and glanced at Sun Gohan, it's okay to teach your son, provided that your son is obedient. Quote, ha ha ha, Gohan is very well behaved. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Sun Gohan glanced at Yuan Dong a little timidly, and quickly shifted his gaze. Extreme skill, is it awesome? Klin was stunned for a moment and asked. Yes, as early as a long time ago, when I first met Yuan Dong gently used his hand to touch a wooden stake, and that wooden stake directly turned into debris. Monkey King explained. What, isn't that bombing through energy? We can do that now, right? Klin said, casually picking up a stone, and energy surged in his hand. Snap, the stone immediately turned into pieces and spilled from Klin's hands. No, it's different. Sun Wukong shook his head, but Klin, your strength has improved again. Quote, different, how is it different? Klin was stunned. Don't you always say that cultivation is good? How boring. Bulma opened the topic, looked at the 4-star Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat again, and asked, is this Dragon Ball? Quote, yes, 4-star Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong nodded, this is my grandfather's relics, I found it and put it on when I came back, and then I found the 3-star Dragon Ball and the 6-star Dragon Ball by the way, and now they are all at home. Seeing Dragon Ball reminds people of a lot of past events. Quote, what about the 2-star Dragon Ball? Is it still cracked? Yuan Dong asked. Bulma, Monkey King, the Turtle Immortal and Klin showed a confused look. What do you mean, 2-star Dragon Ball cracked? In the second search for Dragon Ball, the 2-star Dragon Ball has been restored. Bulma explained to Yuan Dong. Yes, Tenjin repaired the Dragon Ball after he found it cracked. Monkey King nodded. Tenjin, Yuan Dong was stunned. By the way, Yuan Dong still doesn't know the heavenly gods of the earth. Bulma replied. It's also, heavenly god, it is. Sun Wukong was just about to explain, but suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Sun Wukong immediately turned his head and looked at the sky behind him. What's wrong, Goku? Klin asked. Someone is coming. Yuan Dong had long seen the man flying from afar. Yuan Dong, did you sense it too? Sun Wukong looked at Yuan Dong. I saw it, right over there, with long hair, dressed like a Saiyan. Yuan Dong muttered. Saiyan, what is it? Klin asked. What a powerful energy. Who the hell is this guy? Cold sweat broke out on Sun Wukong's face. The next moment, a figure gradually appeared above the sky. What people? Klin looked up at the sky. Snap. Raditz fell from the sky and landed on the opposite side of Yuan Dong and the others. Hey, you grew up, I recognized you at a glance Kakarot, you look exactly like your father. Raditz smiled and looked at the Monkey King. Sun Wukong was stunned. Klin was confused. The turtle fairy scratched his head. Bulma was also a little surprised. Hey, what he said. Exactly the same as what Yuan Dong said just now. Klin said quickly. Why not? The clothes he wore were almost the same as when I first met Yuan Dong, and I'm sure they were the same style. Bulma wiped her sweat. Kakarot, what's going on this planet? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and said, isn't your mission to destroy all humans? Why are so many humans still alive? Quote, hey, I don't know who you are, but I still advise you to go back quickly. Klin walked up to Raditz, waved his finger and said, it's not good to drink like this in the daylight. Quote, Klin, don't come close. Sun Wukong shouted. Bang. Raditz's tail wrapped around his waist flicked violently and slammed into Klin's face. Klin flew out upside down and plunged headlong into the house behind him. Ouch. Klin grinned in pain. Klin. Sun Wukong was shocked and glared angrily at Raditz, you fool. You dare to do it to Klin. Quote. However, just after Sun Wukong's words, he suddenly found Raditz's tail. The Turtle Immortal and Bulma also widened their eyes, revealing a look of incredulity. Isn't this a tail? Yes. Is it a tail? Sun Wukong was stunned. You finally recognize it. Raditz smiled. Recognized. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Monkey King is a little puzzled. Kakarot, have you even forgotten this? Raditz frowned and asked with a dark face, did you have a concussion when you were a child? Has the brain been broken? Quote. I said, I'm not called Kakarot. My name is Monkey King. Sun Wukong immediately replied. Answer my question. Raditz drank. Yes, but I don't remember it very well, but I did get a hit on the head when I was a child, and I still have a scar on my head. Sun Wukong touched his head. Sure enough, Raditz figured it out. Goku, a long time ago, your deceased grandfather Son Gohan once said that he picked up a little baby with a tail. This child is hot-tempered, and there is nothing he can do about him. The turtle immortal took the words and said to Sun Wukong, then one day, this child accidentally fell under the cliff, suffered a heavy head injury, and almost died, but his vitality was still very tenacious, and finally he came back to life, and since then his character has become much more docile. What, and this kind of thing? Raditz was stunned. That was, Sun Wukong wiped his sweat. This shows that what Yuan Dong said is true. Goku wouldn't really be an alien, would he? Bulma said quickly. Look, I said you didn't believe it then, but now I believe it. Yuan Dong smiled slightly. Monkey King. There was a brief silence. Hey, who the hell are you? Monkey King asked. You kid forgot everything. Raditz snorted. In that case, then I'll let you remember your past. From now on you should also do what you have to do. Ouch. Klin let out a scream and crawled out of the house. It doesn't matter to you, Klin? Monkey King asked. Well, it's fine, Klin quickly replied. Be careful, Goku, this guy is extraordinary. Well, I know. Sun Wukong nodded. I have a very terrible feeling just facing him. This is the first time this has happened. Then start revealing the answer now. Raditz exclaimed. First of all, you are not from this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta. You are the strongest people in the universe, the fighting nation Saiyan. Sun Wukong and the others were shocked. Hey, Yuandong, are you two in a group? Bulma wiped her sweat. You seem to have said that a long time ago. Ask for flowers. Yuandong was speechless. I said it, but none of you believed it. Just take advantage of this time to understand how the planet Vegeta is. Why did I only sleep for 12 years and somehow come to Earth? And I'm your brother. Raditz continued. Sun Wukong was taken aback again. My brother. Well, I did hear your mother say the name Raditz. Yuan Dong nodded and took the words. When your parents sent you to Earth, I remember your mother saying that you should not stare at the full moon, and she would also tell Raditz about it. Now it's right, it turns out that Raditz is your older brother. Raditz was stunned and turned his head to look at Yuandong. Who is this guy? Also Saiyan. It doesn't feel like Who are you? Raditz looked at Yuandong and asked, how do you know that my parents sent Kakarot to Earth? I saw it. Yuandong replied. What are you kidding? You said you saw it. Were you on planet Vegeta at the time? Raditz asked in surprise. Yes. Yuandong nodded. Raditz. Really fake. But he didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that he came to Earth with Kakarot? Are you a Saiyan? Raditz asked. How did I not know that there are other Saiyans on Earth besides Kakarot? I'm not a Saiyan. Yuandong shook his head. Then I know, you may have been an alien living on planet Vegeta at the time. Raditz guessed. What planet are you from? Me. Which planet? Yuandong patted his head. I should not be on either planet. I come from a place called the First Continent. It's just that the continent has been completely destroyed. The destruction of this continent led to the birth of this universe. Forget it, it's not important, guys like you are of little use to us. Raditz immediately pressed the detector on his eye and carefully looked at Yuandong's combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness. 0. This guy doesn't have any combat effectiveness. I don't know how you lived for so long. Raditz smiled contemptuously, but it can also show that the strength of this planet is really average. It's normal for Raditz to think so. After all, Sun Wukong's combat power is only more than 300 now. More than 300 is the most combat-ready existence on the planet. So it doesn't seem strange at all that Yuandong's combat effectiveness is 0. If Goku is an alien, why did he appear on Earth? Klin hurriedly asked. You can't do this at all, I don't believe it. HMPH. The reason is very simple. In order to eliminate the humans living on this planet, Kakarot was sent here. Raditz chuckled. We Saiyans are a fighting people, and our job is to find a planet with a suitable environment, exterminate the inhabitants there, and then sell the planet to the Sita family at a high price, which is what you call aliens. Sita. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. I told you that you don't understand. I'll go on. Raditz continued. When encountering a relatively powerful existence on the planet, we will use adult warriors to deal with them, and for a low-level region like Earth, it is completely enough to send you this little baby over. It just so happens that there is still a moon on this planet, and you can clean up the humans here in a few years alone. Kakarot, have you even forgotten these orders? It would be terrifying if this were the case. Klin wiped his sweat, even more terrifying than that Vic Great Devil. Yuandong, is that so? Bulma asked Yuandong. No, he was wrong. Yuandong shook his head. Oh, you say I'm wrong, so you tell me what caused Kakarot to come to Earth. Raditz suddenly became interested and looked at Yuandong and asked. Judging from your parents' words, the reason why Goku was sent to Earth may be to come and take refuge. Yuandong muttered. By the way, let me ask you, is planet Vegeta destroyed? How? Don't you know? After the giant meteorite hit by planet Vegeta, there was a big explosion, and almost all the Saiyans were reduced to cosmic dust, even Kakarot's parents and me. Raditz smiled, but my luck has always been better. I just happened to go out on a mission with other Saiyans at that time. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.